In progress. Hi, everyone. A very good morning to all of you, and welcome to Star Media Group's MarCom Tech Live Virtual Conference, where you can learn how to thrive in marketing communication through tech. Whether you are tuning in via Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, or LinkedIn, thank you so much for joining us. My name is Myra Baiti, and I am your host for this 2-day conference. We want to know How are you? We know that the borders are opening and many are itching to travel. But we are glad that we can still bring this knowledge sharing to you at the comfort of your own desk. And we'd love to hear from you. Let us know how you are doing, where you are tuning in from, and what do you wish to take away from this 2-day conference. Please type it in the chat box or in the comment section. Last year, Digital X Data 2021 was a tremendous success thanks to each and every one of you as well as our sponsors. This year, Digital X Data 2022 with the theme of thriving in the road to recovery through tech is proud to be kickstarted with MarCom Tech. This conference will run in a journey across 4 different sessions from discovering the future of MarCom, turning data to insights for campaign measurability, going beyond with integrated and omni-channel strategy, and moving onward with brand image and media. To make sure you gain the most out of the MarCom Tech Live Virtual Conference, we are very honored and humbled with the support of 23 subject matter gurus through thought leaders, industry experts, and organizational leaders across different industries who are powering this 2-day program. To learn more about the conference agenda and these speakers, you may scan the QR code on the top right of your screen, or you can go to bit.ly/marcomtech2022. I'd like to take this opportunity to give a special shout out to all of our sponsors and partners of Star Media Group's MarCom Tech Live Virtual Conference, to our exclusive Tech Titan partner LinkedIn, to our Tech Tutor Ada, to our Tech Troopers, Coney Teets and Telum Media. Our knowledge partners Frost & Sullivan, Ipsos and Kantar, our supporting partners Institute of Marketing Malaysia and Malaysian Digital Association, to our mobile messaging partner Sendquick, our prize sponsor VIP Pass, and our e-learning partner eLearning Minds. Thank you all very, very much for coming on board with Star Media Group to make this event program a reality. And we also have great news. As a token of appreciation for those who have RSVP'd to attend this event, you will get a one-night staycation courtesy of VIP Pass. Stay tuned to our email after this event. Also, because that's not it, we are running special prize draw worth over 26,000 ringgit at this event, with promo codes, exclusive consultations, and gadgets up for grabs. Stay with us till the end of the session to find out how you can stand a chance to win any of these amazing prizes as shown on the screen at each of the 4 sessions of this event. Now, let's get down to business and look at what we have in store for you in this opening session. We will kick things off with the Future of MarCom Keynote by Asia School of Business, and it is followed with a presentation by our exclusive Tech Titan sponsors, LinkedIn, who will be sharing with us about building community strategies. We will wrap up the morning with a panel discussion on the future of MarCom, moderated by Asia School of Business and International Faculty Fellow at MIT. The panel discussion is powered by our esteemed guests from Institute of Marketing Malaysia, our Tech Titan sponsor, LinkedIn, Mahsing Group, and Ogilvy Philippines. Are you as excited with the program lineup of the opening session as I am and as we are here backstage? Shout it out in the chat box or the comment section below. And to learn more about the conference agenda and our speaker profiles, please scan the QR code on the top right of your screen or go to bit.ly/marcomtech2022. And if you have any questions for our speakers, please do not be shy and post it in the chat box or in the comment section below. We love your engagement. We love your participation. We want to know what you think. And if you need any assistance from us, please chat with our events crew, or you can also email us at events@thestar.com.my. So, are you guys ready? Because without further ado, let's kick off the conference program with our first keynote speaker. At this presentation, our keynote speaker will be sharing with us how to thrive with tech in the new age of marketing communications. This keynote will highlight one important condition to prosper in this rapidly changing world of tech, matching strategic logic with the types of uncertainty. In this session, we will review the 10 key marketing trends, classify them into three types of uncertainty, and explain how to ideally strategize around these marketing tech opportunities. What an exciting keynote speech! Also, what we have is we are so very grateful to have Willem Smith to share his insights and knowledge with us. Willem is the Assistant Professor of Marketing in Asia School of Business and the International Faculty Fellow at MIT. His main expertise lies in marketing strategy, particularly in the areas of digitization and internationalization of brands. Willem has published his studies in Harvard Business Review, Journal of Business Venturing, and the Financial Times, amongst others. Those are very expensive words, ladies and gentlemen. His work has also received media attention in publications such as Times, Bloomberg, and Newsweek. Professor on air real soon, so stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this presentation, and thank you, Mira, for the fantastic introduction on the conference. It's a true pleasure to share with you some of the thoughts that I have on thriving with tech in the new age, especially for marketing executives and CEOs. Um, I would like to discuss with you the matching strategic logic with the different types of uncertainties. And, and let me first set the stage. As technology has dramatically changed the way we communicate, we firms with our customers, with our consumers, that is made possible by great advances in information technology, as reflected by Moore's Law. Moore's law basically says that every 2 years there is a doubling of processing and storage capacity of computer power, and that makes it really scalable to use fine-grained consumer data in marketing operations, allowing us to not only monitor but also develop loyalty systems through very advanced customer relationship management practices. We can talk with our customers wherever they are because of thanks to the widespread penetration of smartphones. um, we can communicate with them, they can communicate with us. Next phases or next leaps will be made probably or possibly with voice search, and as we have seen with video content. The ubiquity of video content, not only made by firms, but also shared by consumers, really allow us to tell very rich and native advertising for brands, almost indistinguishable from journalism. And so this is further enhanced, this kind of very intensive collaboration or communication, so to speak, thanks to intense connections in social, allowing us to do even better predictions and better predictions of consumers' preferences and behaviors, because we can base those on preferences of consumers' peers, allowing us to target better and to develop even more successful referral strategies. This all comes to the forefront because on social media there is widespread conversations among customers and consumers, allowing us to build brands and create customer loyalty. Yet, the reviews and ratings really puts the bar high for brands, because those ratings, those reviews make or break the brand of products and services. All in all, these these digital technologies have really fundamentally reshaped marketing theory and marketing practice. So we've seen all these developments. Also, we've seen a huge increase in tools available to us, marketeers, on managing all these opportunities. And we see those tools, those marketing tech tools on the back end, but also on how to manage the front end with customers. So this is a Luma landscape that represents all of the marketing technology solutions out there, and that has been widely growing. Every year there are new solutions being presented. It's a growing business that has reached 122 billion US dollars and is growing double digit every year. About 70 chief marketing officers, they increase every year their investments in it. However, that opportunity of new marketing solutions that is growing exponentially is also giving us a challenge, because organizations can only adapt at a much slower rate. That is that the MarTech law. There's a growing challenge between the opportunities technologically and the organizations on how they can adopt those new ideas. We've seen that estimates are that close to 60% of the MarTech stack, that is that set of technologies used by marketeers, is actually is only used. So more than 40% is not, according to research from Gartner. It also is that there keeps on spending on market solutions, and it's almost 26% of the budget. So that increase in budget, yet not totally using the market stack, what do we do with all these new developments going on? And so to smartly use those opportunities of new marketing technology trends, I would like to share with you different types of strategic logics. Because not the same logic is applicable to all types of technology opportunities. So we've seen, of course, I've asked around different experts in the field, what are the big technological changes that are on the table of discussion right now. Of course, everybody talks about big data and analytics, together with AI and machine learning and personalization. That's kind of the standard. Then we see, of course, chatbots, how to improve those, possibly maybe voice, and a challenge for omnichannel. A big discussion is also the cookieless future. Losing access to third-party cookies may pose a whole new challenge for how to get data to further personalize the experience for prospects and customers. Maybe some further advanced futuristic technologies are, of course, the metaverse, AR and VR, and IoT and blockchain. So I'd like to discuss with you what are the strategic logics that you could apply to make the most of all these developments. And that's not easy to deal with change, as inciting Jack Welch. If the change of rate outside of the organization exceeds that of the inside, the end is near, and change is accelerating on top of it. But we cannot use the same logic as in the past. To cite Peter Drucker, the greatest danger in times of turbulence, of uncertainty, of changes, is not the turbulence, but is actually how that is acting with yesterday's logic. So I'd like to share with you different types of logic that you could apply to different types of opportunities. Because if you don't do it well, you may use best use of the accelerating change, but also you may miss out on opportunities and not well predicting the changes. So here are a couple of famous predictions of the future. I think one of my favorite or well-known is, I think the world market for maybe 5. I think there is maybe a world market for maybe 5 computers. That was Tom Watson, the president of IBM in the 40s. So the thing about technological changes, it can be disruptive, and that's what we've seen in many different industries that have radically changed the way we do business. Photography has dramatically changed. There's no film, it's digital, it's all went to phones. We see, of course, finding the ways is not a GPS machine anymore, but it's on your phone with an app. Britannica, it's Wikipedia, Blockbuster, nobody hears of them anymore. It's using services like Netflix, and then taxi services, and Grab. So it's not only these disruptiveness, it's actually unique about technological changes is that there is some visibility. It's never abrupt. It's never all of a sudden out of nowhere, like a pandemic, right? It is actually, you can see different different pixels on the horizon, and the ideas about the opportunities actually fluctuate quite a bit. That is on one hand. It is. It starts with the technological trigger, where the publications start about a new technology, the hopes and desires and excitement rises until to the peak of inflated expectations. And then as it progresses, it develops use cases, often disappointment grows. It's not as amazing as initially thought. And then you get through a point of disillusionment. And then it gets back up until a plateau of productivity. And that's, I think, what we also see with future developments in marketing tech. So I'd like to kind of place those developments on that I've cited earlier on this hype cycle. We see on kind of where we have productivity, we have some predictability that is on data analytics, on AI and machine learning and personalization. Kind of the newer things where we're still trying to figure out is how things can really work well with chatbots, voice, omni-channel, and there are these more faraway horizons of metaverse, IoT, and blockchain. So these kind of three areas relate to different conceptions of uncertainty, and I'd like to refer to what Frank Knight, formerly professor of economics at the University of Chicago, had mentioned that there is risk, there is uncertainty, and there is truly uncertainty. And he wrote a book, Profit and Risk, right after another pandemic, the Spanish flu pandemic. He published his book in 1921, and he distinguishes these three sets of risk, uncertainty, and truly uncertainty. And that is visualized by these three urns. So on the right-hand side, I start on the right hand, is the idea of known distribution. So there's an urn, the chance that you draw a white ball, you can predict. If you're blindfolded, you know that the chance is 25% because you can look into the urn. If the urn is opaque, and that is the middle urn, then you kind of need to first assess your chances by sampling a little bit. Sampling a couple of balls, and then you know what are the chances to draw a white ball. Then that is kind of the situation that is a knowable distribution, and that is what is considered uncertainty. Well, the first is risk, the middle one uncertainty, and the left one is that unknowable distribution. That is that kind of truly uncertain, where actually all kind of things, everything under the sun comes out of this urn. There is not really something that helps you to find a distribution. So I am thinking of those technologies. We could place for the first set of personalization techniques, big data analytics, AI under the area of known distribution. And then the opportunity view is more or less objective. It is important to reduce uncertainty by actually allocating resources and optimizing. The idea is much more optimizing and get really exploiting the value that is in that opportunity. A good example, I think, is here a video. Let me play a video on Starbucks.
One of the things that's so exciting to see is the software engineers at Starbucks, their ambition to completely incorporate digital throughout. Blockchain and sustainability, IoT and the coffee machines, as well as AI.
Today we'd like to show you some of the exciting things we've been doing in our labs and in our stores. As all of you know, Starbucks is all about human connection, and we love the experience of our customers in our stores with our baristas. But technology is playing a bigger and bigger role in those interactions.
And we're here today at Build Conference to take you through what we're doing with personalized recommendations. I'm going to go ahead and have the sous vide egg bites with bacon Gruyere.
So what just happened here is we're actually using our Deep Brew AI platform to be able to suggest optimal product pairings based off of contextual information of the store, the weather, and other things that are going on.
Okay, welcome back. The second type of uncertainty is the one of the knowable distributions, and that is when we're figuring about how chatbots actually work, how they can yield a better experience and better satisfaction, better loyalty to our customers, with our customers, and how voice and omnichannel works. And those are actually opportunities that give us hypotheses, and the investments being made are much more to the ideas of testing our beliefs, is for learning and creating the knowledge of the marketing organization. So it is very much related to learning what we do with those kind of almost proven technologies. Let me show another video, and that is on voice search.
In 2007, Steve Jobs disrupted personal computing when he introduced a mobile touchscreen computer that fit in your pocket. Now, we are entering a new era where we are bypassing screens. This is the era of voice, and the fight is on to own this new operating system and app ecosystem that comes with it. Currently, 35% of US households own at least one smart speaker, and that number is set to reach 75% by 2025. This is fueling voice-enabled commerce, which is expected to be worth more than $80 billion per year by 2023. So it's no surprise that the 6 largest companies in the world, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Google, Facebook, and Alibaba, are all investing billions in improving their voice-enabled AI assistants. What's really interesting about voice is that the user experience is much more streamlined than other platforms. And this makes it incredibly powerful, but also susceptible to manipulation. A smart voice assistant will answer your questions directly and accurately, without listing off a laundry list of answers. This straightforward and accessible user experience comes at the expense of choice transparency. Unlike with screen-enabled experiences, users don't want tons of options to pick from. They want one correct answer for what they're looking for. And this is where the problem arises. The voice assistant is entrusted with an incredible power to influence and decide what that one response is. Oftentimes, the tech companies behind these assistants optimize the results shown for their personal gain. When you ask Amazon's Alexa assistant to buy light bulbs, it will naturally direct you to Amazon Basics light bulbs, since Amazon has the highest profit margins of them. This fundamentally disrupts the traditional commerce experience, which centers around brands, packaging, reviews, and advertising. Instead, the voice platform you use plays the role of kingmaker for anything you search. Whether you ask your assistant to buy batteries or play smooth jazz, it ultimately gets to pick which batteries to purchase or which song to queue up, and that's incredibly powerful. As smart assistants become increasingly capable of doing everything from making payments to opening garage doors, it's clear voice isn't merely a fad. It's the responsibility of tech giants creating these voice assistants to be thoughtful in their approach as they define the user experience for this next frontier of computing. The first company to take a user-centric approach and build a trustworthy and transparent AI assistant will own the future of voice and the commerce that comes with it.
So then we move to our third type of uncertainty, the truly Knightian uncertainty, where it is impossible to assess distributions and risk profiles. So types of this are really emerging technologies, are about the metaverse, IoT, and blockchain. And then the strategic logic really applies on being more creational or co-creational, because you may not want to allocate all of the resources into this, but actually find partners that also have a unique set of capabilities that help to co-create this opportunity. And that is what we see happening in the metaverse, where you see experiments happening where brands are working together. And we have another video for that.
Opened up a virtual version of its 837 flagship store in New York, but now you can visit it inside of Decentraland. The virtual 837X store serves as a showcase for the company's latest announcements at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas. In 2021, Coca-Cola launched their first NFT collection, together with a virtual event in Decentraland. All this in the name of Friendship Day on July 30th, where Coca-Cola organized a virtual party on top of their virtual Coke can building. In December 2021, Nike acquired Artifact Studios, a digital fashion brand with a strong presence in the NFT community. As a result, Nike now has access to premier digital fashion brands and the metaverse-ready CloneX avatars. Not only did Adidas acquire land inside the virtual world of Sandbox, they also launched an NFT collection in collaborations with Punk Comics, G-Money, and the Bored Ape Yacht Club. This NFT release instantly brought lots of eyeballs as it appealed to the various communities. For its 200th anniversary, fashion house Louis Vuitton did something surprising. They released Louis the Game, a puzzle adventure game in which players could collect NFTs. It marked the company's first very serious efforts into the metaverse. Announced at E3 2021, Burberry partnered with Mythical Games to bring branded NFTs to the game Blankos Block Party. Various NFTs sold out in no time, as gamers were eager to get their hands on exclusive and limited edition assets. While it wasn't Domino itself stepping into the metaverse, developers made it possible for US citizens to order pizza. The entire ordering process happened within the virtual world of Decentraland. 2021 will go down as the year NFT art made it into the mainstream, with auction house Sotheby's playing a crucial role in this. They even opened a virtual gallery, made after their London gallery, inside Decentraland. AMC's The Walking Dead is much more than a TV series. The Walking Dead Empires will tap into the Gala Games ecosystem, allowing gamers to own land, trade with other players, and so on. Last but not least is Atari, a gaming company that made early moves into virtual worlds like Decentraland and the Sandbox. Here they bring their classic, iconic gaming franchise to life inside the metaverse. So, what was your favorite brand from the list? Let us know in the comments below, and join our Discord to discuss with others in the community.
So then, with this was the first or the third uncertainty, the truly uncertainty. And so, summing this all up, we see that these 10 technology trends are to be thought of in 3 types of categories of uncertainty. The ones that we have already fair amount of knowledge on what works, what doesn't work, and what are our chances of success. Then there is new other applications and technologies where we still need to find out what actually is works well, and where can we and how can we experiment with this. And then the last one is that bigger set of emerging technologies where it is still very uncertain, and it is not possible to find out through experimentation, but only through creation, where we can get more knowledge about it. So I'd like to summarize these 3 types of uncertainty with strategic logics. First, the risk related with the already proven technologies, which is kind of the opportunities objective. We aim to reduce those uncertainty by optimizing our resources. And that is basically what our marketing department is already doing, trying to optimize search, trying to optimize social. Then when we get to adopt new technologies, There it is dealing with type 2 uncertainty, and it's getting to know what is the distribution, what are the risks, and what are the opportunity sizes, which is still testing, very much testing. And then there are the big leaps that you could make, which you probably will make in combination with partnerships, to make novel combinations of resources, to make an innovative stance. And so these three logics can help you take advantage of the different types of technological opportunities. So all in all, there are three takeaways of this talk. Marketing technologies relate to different types of uncertainties. We cannot treat them in a similar way. Some already are very established, and we know a lot what works, what doesn't. Others are we still finding out. That reflects risks, uncertainty, and the 19 uncertainty. And those types of uncertainty require a different logic to take advantage of. And with that, I would like to thank you. That was all. And I would like to give it back. I would like to pass it on to Mira, to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Willem, for that speech and for your insightful sharing. We're so glad to have you here. All right.
Thank you.
So let's continue with our next session. In the next session, you will learn about organic and paid strategies of building communities and how marketers can use different distribution channels to successfully run campaigns. So stay tuned. All right. In our next innovative session, Building Communities with Organic and Paid Strategy on LinkedIn, you will learn about the organic and paid strategies of building communities and how marketers can use different distribution channels to successfully run these campaigns. This sharing session will be delivered by Sami Elazab from LinkedIn. He is passionate. He is a passionate senior sales leader in charge of LinkedIn marketing solutions across Asia. Sami is capable of strategically planning for the long-term initiatives while ensuring results are over-exceeded within a short span of time. It's a wonderful skill to have. He is a leader who is committed to also ensuring the development of his team by encouraging focused planning and embracing a growth mindset, something that I am myself a huge fan of. You're definitely very honored to have LinkedIn as the exclusive Tech Titan sponsor of this conference. And if you have any questions for Sami, as always, please do post it in the chat box or in the comment section. And Sami will be on air real soon. So stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for joining me here this morning. We'll be discussing different ways to build communities with an organic and paid strategy. My name is Sami Elazab, and I manage a team of account directors and client solution managers across Asia. I've been in Singapore for about 10 years now, and for 8 of those years, I've worked for LinkedIn. 4 years ago, I was part of the team that actually started our first office in Malaysia in KL. And part of my remit is to figure out how LinkedIn marketing solutions can expand into other markets across Asia. Today, I'm excited to share with you a few perspectives around organic and paid distribution on LinkedIn. And hopefully these will give you some ideas, some skills, some inspiration to think about the best ways to use these distribution channels in your next marketing campaigns. So here's the agenda. Let me run through it. So the top of the session, we're going to start with really understanding the differences between organic and paid tactics. I'm going to try and tease out how you would use some of these tactics across your marketing funnel. Now, in the second section, we're going to really focus on organic. We're going to go for a deep dive into how to build an organic presence. We'll look to cover company pages how to use your employees best, and what can good organic content actually look like on the platform. We're then going to move into paid tactics, like what advantages do paid tactics really give to you, and also what are the traps that you can fall for and ones to look out for. And then we're going to start to put all these ingredients together into a recipe for a full funnel organic and paid strategy on the platform. There's not going to be enough time for Q&A, but if you leave any questions in the chat box, the team are going to collect all your questions and your details, and then we'll have someone on my team reach out to you guys to speak to you about any questions that you have. All right, so moving on to the first section, was around understanding organic and paid. So I wanted to kick off this presentation with an analogy on how to view a social media strategy with organic and paid tactics. The analogy comes from an excellent blog post on LinkedIn by a guy called Jerry Dakin, who is Suntree's head of global media. Hopefully someone in the team is going to be posting a link to that blog right now, and I hope you spend some time later today reading that blog. It's a really good one. So here's the analogy, right? So your brand is a rocket, right? You've invested a lot of money on your rocket, making it as beautiful as possible with this amazing content. And your goal is to get this beautiful rocket all the way to the stars, where ultimately your business objectives are there waiting for you. Now, of course, your rocket has to launch from somewhere, right? And on LinkedIn, your launch pad is your LinkedIn company page. So the question here is, how do we get your beautiful rocket to the stars and have as many people as possible seeing and engaging with that rocket? Now, one way is through organic social. And the benefit of organic social is that it attracts a crowd of rocket fans, and these fans tend to be highly engaged with your content. You know, they admire your rocket from up close. They may even tell others about it, or look to share photos of your rocket within their networks, attracting even more rocket fans. Now, one thing you'll learn from these fans is what kind of content they like, and also what kind of content they don't like. Their engagement can inform you on what messages your community finds valuable, what they find helpful, and ultimately it can give you ways and ideas on how to better improve your rocket. Now, that said, despite the growth and loyalty of this community, your fan base is always going to be small compared to your actual total addressable market. And I think we're all in agreement that we want more than just our super fans to see our rocket. The only way for us to make our rocket fly is ultimately by putting fuel into it. So paid media is that rocket fuel, right? So when you put paid media behind your content, the rocket blasts off high into the sky and becomes visible not just to your fans, but also to a larger section of your total addressable market. And in the end, your brand and content needs to be seen by as many people as possible, not just by your fan base, by lots of people to help you reach your business and marketing goals. So what is this analogy trying to convey to you? It's ultimately trying to say that the best strategy is to do not just organic, not just paid, but actually do both of them at the same time. So organic is going to help you build and nurture those communities and those fans that you already have, those followers that are already on your page. And the paid side is going to send your rocket to the stars where everyone has the opportunity to see it. Now, we have research to back this up. It's not just a fun rocket analogy. So our research actually shows that an integrated strategy that blends the best of organic and paid can produce better business results for your company. So you want to use paid at the top of the funnel. That helps drive reach to attract new LinkedIn members and to come follow your company page, but also your brand as a whole. You then want to look at the middle of the funnel. You want to nurture those who are currently following your company page with organic content, and that drives engagement, helps push your middle funnel thought leadership with paid new audiences. And then as we move to the bottom of the funnel, you want to now drive action. So both organic and paid can be an effective way of actually reaching your audience. So in this research, as you can see on the left here, we saw that followers who were nurtured with consistent organic content were 61% more likely to engage with or convert with a targeted paid ad. And brands that did a combined organic and paid strategy also saw 14% more conversions and 12% cheaper cost per leads compared to brands who did only a paid strategy. So I hope that the rocket ship analogy helps to understand the core differences between organic tactics and paid tactics. One builds and nurtures your community of followers. The other drives reach to new audiences. And let's now dive a little bit deeper into some of the tactics that you can use to improve your organic campaigns and hopefully nurture a more engaged community. So there are 3 things you need to set up before you can launch a successful organic strategy on LinkedIn. So the first is to optimize that launchpad, right? Remember, this is now your LinkedIn company page. And you can do that by leveraging the main company page and other pages, which we call showcase and product pages, which I'll go into shortly. The second focus area here is to create that beautiful rocket, right? How do we construct a beautiful rocket that will attract an audience and keep them engaged? With organic specifically, the challenge is to make the content so creative, so emotional, so distinctive that your community is compelled to share it to their networks and ultimately help that rocket fly. And finally, how do we get that rocket to the moon organically? We're going to cover push tactics like how we leverage our employees, how we leverage hashtags, and how we leverage A/B testing to help boost the reach of your rocket. So the first step is to optimize that LinkedIn company page. Now, remember, this is the launchpad of your strategies, this is the launchpad of your rocket. Your brand might see the additional value in segmenting your community into separate showcase pages. I'll demonstrate this through leveraging an example in Accenture. So here's Accenture, right? They have their main company page. They have that very famous purple arrow, and this page is actually ran by their HR and their comms team, and it's focused on employer branding and nurturing and prospective, future talents. So while they're using this main company page, they also have these different showcase pages, and these showcase pages can now be used to build and nurture different audiences within their customers' buying committee. So here's the main company page. An example of a showcase page might be here. So they have another page which is called Accenture Strategy. Now they created a showcase page housing thought leadership and content essentially for strategy teams. They then also have business operations, which is for leaders, and another example here, which is Accenture Technology. And this page now is a community of nurtured tech developers and engineers, and ultimately there's content in there around tech that will resonate with that audience. Now, if we just double click a little bit on the Accenture operations section, we can see here that the content they served up is from everything from like market research to industry news and operations to case studies about Accenture's operations and services. This is one way a company like Accenture is using LinkedIn. So the company page, again, that is their main page. It's run by their talent team. It's run by their HR team. They use it very much for talent branding. And then they have these different showcase pages, which can help nurture different audiences within their customers' buying committee. All right, and then we also have LinkedIn product pages. Now, part of building a home for a community is to encourage engagement for a two-way interaction between brand and the customer. And product pages are not only a great way for brands to showcase their products, but it also is a great tool for your followers to share their experiences, leave recommendations, and then ultimately write reviews as well. So LinkedIn product pages allow your existing customers to help influence the purchasing decisions of the future customers that you're trying to attain. So now that we spent a little bit of time creating that launch pad, so it looks all beautiful, it's all ready to go, and the next option is to move over to how we create that rocket. So as part of this study, so a few years ago, Nielsen released this study in 2017, and it stated that all the elements of campaign effectiveness and their findings were pretty revolutionary at the time. So nearly half of the effectiveness of any campaign you launch is dependent on creativity, so 47%. So it's more important that your brand, it's more important than the brand equity, it's more important than reach, your targeting, and recency. So creative is literally the single most important driver of relevance and effectiveness for every campaign and every community that you nurture. Now, on LinkedIn, Southeast Asia, we can see there's lots of different types of content that resonate with our audience. If we look at Southeast Asia specifically, content around talent branding, information helping our members stay informed, and then thought leadership resonates way more than stuff like lead generation or product-focused content. So let's look at some examples and look at some of these creative pillars. So humor is something that's often not really thought of on LinkedIn, right? So a light-hearted analogy in a working culture can have a really positive effect. I think when people think of LinkedIn, historically, a lot of thought of, it has to be professional content because it's a professional network. But really, we're trying to reach out to humans, right? So if you're a community manager or your objective is community engagement, then emotional and social content works far better than kind of rational content on LinkedIn. It doesn't need to be super product focused. Like, how do you connect with those humans you're trying to reach to? Think about the ways of delivering regular news, insights, and announcements in interesting ways that will engage your community. On the right-hand side here, you can see Netcore Cloud. They use memes, right? Pretty famous meme there, and different funny ways to actually engage with our audience. And another side is like the importance of showing the emotional side of your company's culture. So emotion is a huge driver of positive sentiment, awareness, and action on LinkedIn. So some brands are getting very, very good at it. On the slide here on the left, you'll see the Air New Zealand post, right? So this is the CEO of Air New Zealand physically working on the aisles for the customers during the pandemic, right? Obviously, that time was a real crisis for airlines, but this post is there to demonstrate that as a culture of the airline, you know, everyone digs in and everyone's there to help and make sure that customers are being served. And I think that comes across quite nicely with a very simple post, one line, and a post of their CEO there doing it. On the right-hand side here, we see a post from OCBC, so Singaporean Bank, one of the best performing posts over the past 12 months. And it revolves around a story of their staff stepping in to stop a customer from getting scammed. It's really well written and it celebrates the culture of the brand and the value of their employees. Now, this post did so well that OCBC actually decided to later boost this post through paid amplification. The reason they did that is they saw the traction organically and they thought, right, if I want to reach my total addressable audience, people that don't know about OCBC, members that aren't necessarily customers of OCBC already, this kind of content is likely to resonate with that total addressable audience. So therefore, we should pay on it and boost on it. If you want to do something like that, LinkedIn make it really, really easy. So a successful piece of content, you'll see on the left-hand side there, you just need to push the boost button on the right, and then that can amplify to a larger addressable audience that you're trying to reach. Now, finally, a simple but seamlessly obvious trick to get great organic content is to follow tightly your brand guidelines and leverage your brand colors, logos, mascots, and taglines in every single piece of content that you produce. Some great examples on this slide, right? If you took Salesforce here, if you took away their name, you'd be able to identify that it's a Salesforce ad just by the way that they're using cartoons and the colors and the branding, right? So these assets are what make your brand distinctly you. And the benefit of doing this is the simple pattern recognition in the consumer's mindset, right? So having a consistent style means that you cannot be mistaken for one of your competitors. Okay, there's a lot of creative tips that I've rattled off there in 1 minute, and there's a few more I'm going to give you here. But what does great organic content really look like on LinkedIn? And to do that, I'm going to leverage my own company. I'm going to leverage LinkedIn to show you some great examples, right? So you can see here that all our assets on LinkedIn, they have that LinkedIn brand and field, right? You've got the color blue there. On the bottom left, you can see the kind of cartoony one. That's very LinkedIn. We've used our own employees in some of the creative. The idea is to try, make this emotional lead, somewhat humorous. It's encouraging participation. And, this is very much LinkedIn. One thing, though, I really did want to call out, you will hopefully see how simple and uncluttered a lot of these visuals are, right? LinkedIn's posts have a lot of open real estate, and sometimes less is more when it comes to trying to make an impact on these posts. So keep the visuals both clean and distinctly you and on brand to your company. Okay, so we've laid out the foundations. We have a great launch pad. We've built an amazing rocket that is attracting fans because it's so creative and emotional and distinctive, and it's in tune with the sentiments of the community. But that just isn't enough to get this rocket to fly. So we need to give it some fuel. And while your fans may be one source, it's not the only source, and it's not necessarily the best source organically to actually engage on LinkedIn. So regularly, a better community to leverage organic reach is your community of employees. Think of employees as a third distribution tactic you have to leverage on LinkedIn, right? You have organic, you have paid, you have your employees. So like organic, activating your employees to share your content is completely free. Like paid, the collective network of your employees' audience is massive, often far greater than the follower numbers on your company page. So huge organic reach for your content is generally possible if you can mobilize your employees to share company content. And there's some great stats on this slide. In terms of engagement, posts that are shared by employees generate twice the click-through rate than normal posts. In terms of trust, people unsurprisingly trust people that they're connected to more than they do brands. And our research shows that employees have 5 to 10 more connections than companies have followers. So a huge opportunity to leverage your employees, and often an untapped resource that many businesses are not taking advantage of. Other ways to increase your organic reach is through hashtags on LinkedIn. So there are a couple of ways of doing this. You have generic hashtags. These are stuff like hashtag cloud, tech, sustainability. And this will net you on average some minor organic reach, maybe like a 2% little increase or little boost. Then you have your unique hashtags. So if you think of this event today, hashtag digitalxdata is the one that we're using. So these little personal ones, you can actually create your own channel through LinkedIn. So this example in the middle is actually Professor Mark Ritson. So he has a hashtag, which is hashtag FE Ritson series. And on there, he has a collection of, I think it's 8 case studies. And he's referring to all the most awarded ads of all time. So if you were interested in that, you could go to that channel, you could go to that hashtag, and you could see all those case studies in one place. That's a great way for you also to leverage your organic content as a business. Some quick tips around hashtags if you're posting. Don't use loads and loads of hashtags. We recommend 1 to 3 at most, so no need for 100 hashtags. Use a mix of own and branded hashtags because it'll help broaden your reach. And I would test as well to see, what's working best for your brand. And last, we're going to talk about some A/B testing, right? So another good way to organically see what's going to work best for your brand. So this example on the left-hand side, you have another LinkedIn Marketing Solutions post. So it says, accelerate the success of your marketing campaign by signing up for a free LinkedIn webinar. Now on the right-hand side, all we've done is call out the audience, right? So here it is. APAC marketers, would you like to accelerate the success of your marketing campaign? Now, by calling out the audience, it has a very significant increase in click-through rate. So it's actually a 53% increase on the click-through rate just by identifying that audience. We found this a regular thing in terms of targeting the audience versus not targeting the audience, but there's also other things that you should try testing just to see what works best for your brand. So always be testing, and those little tests might be able to make a huge impact on how you're performing. Okay, so now moving on to fueling with the paid strategy. So with paid tactics, the creation of the launch pad and some of the content best practices that I've already shared are very much the same, right? The biggest difference is that our paid power is going to help, again, to really take that content, to take that rocket ship and get you fueled up to the moon, right? So as I said earlier, paid is the fuel that blasts your rocket into space. But on board your rocket is your guidance system, right? So this is now your targeting. And at LinkedIn, this is very much one of our USPs, right? We can help direct which way that rocket goes. So the value of paid is that you can control your rocket, right? So through targeting, you have more control over the sort of how the content's going to perform. And ultimately, it allows you to choose who's going to see the content, when they're going to see the content, and how many of them are actually going to see the content. So don't undersell the value of the content in your marketing. It allows you to be better informed, more agile, and strategic when it comes to performance. One of the primary risks about a paid strategy is that clients can often overindulge in the targeting, and they try to drive the content to hyper-targeted audience. And hyper-targeting is both expensive and ineffective. It's incorrect to think that targeting a small number of the right customers is the most profitable way of targeting your customers. Right, so the best available evidence suggests that brands, specifically B2B brands, grow by reaching every buyer in their category, not by hyper-targeting a narrow subsegment of buyers. To avoid hyper-targeting, go broad, right? Target not just the decision maker, but think about who else is going to be in that buying committee, who else is in that decision-making process. You want to find the right balance between reach and relevance with your targeting. Now, the same lesson could be said around personalization or hyper-personalization. Now, from a creative perspective, developing 100 ads for 100 different customers is going to be 100 times more difficult and 100 times more expensive than developing one ad for 100,000 customers. I'm going to say that one more time. Developing 100 ads for 100 different customers is about 100 times more difficult and 100 times more expensive than developing one ad for 100,000 customers. Any benefits from personalization are almost certainly cancelled out by the increased complexity. Personalization makes your marketing less agile and more expensive to produce. The correct way to personalize is not to go niche, but to focus on the content and the themes that are most relevant to your audience, yet still separate you from your competitors. Okay. Another trap that we see our clients fall into quite regularly. So, are you in the habit of spending all your quarterly budget in the last month of the quarter? If so, please stop doing that. This is why you shouldn't do it. So on the right-hand side here is a specific client example, right? This is a client in the education sector. They were stuck in a pattern of what I call spiked spending, and instead of being always on. So in the red, on the top right there, they spent about 6K of budget and then stopped spending for a few days or weeks. They went quiet. Another spike, 4K budget, they went down. Now, this is not ideal, right? You can see the CTR directly correlated to the amount of spend. And instead, what we want to see is engagement rise with the assistance of paid, not just on the dependence of paid, right? So the client changed their strategy. They moved from a series of consistent spending to around $500 a day, an always on strategy. And you can see that the CTR spikes significantly over time, right? There's a 3 times increase here on the CTR given the content, and it gave chance for the actual content to build momentum. And the spend here was the same from the blue and the red. So that always on approach is going to give you a much more cost effective and impactful campaign. Okay, so we're in the final stretch here, not long to go. We've learned a few things. The best strategy is to leverage both organic and paid tactics across the funnel. Paid will help you reach new audiences, while organic helps nurture that community of fans and followers. We've hopefully learned about the different types of content that can drive strong engagement on LinkedIn and the different ways to push that content out to new audiences, whether through employees, hashtags, or whether it be through paid tactics. Now let's look to put many of these elements together into a template of a full funnel strategy. Now, it wouldn't be a strategy without goals and objectives. So to help you with that, LinkedIn has a campaign manager tool, and you can see here that we have 7 goals that you can select. Right? And it's very important that you select the correct goal, because we're going to optimize based on the metrics that make the most sense. An example, I'm not going to go through all of these, but as an example, brand awareness, right? Brand awareness is going to optimize for reach and CPMs, not clicks and engagement. Choose this goal for brand building, where you want to get as many people as possible and you want them to see that content, right? Similarly, if you look at something like lead generation forms, now this is an objective which is going to help drive something like event signups or white paper downloads, and we're going to optimize to that performance versus to impressions. Okay, so very important to get the objective right. Once we understand our goals, let's explore like a one-page full funnel organic and paid strategy. So starting with the funnel itself. All right, at the top of the funnel here, you see it's fame and awareness. Now, fame is largely driven by your brand's equity. It's how many followers you acquire organically without any marketing. It's the brand's fame that attracts followers to your company page. And ultimately, big brands are going to have an advantage over smaller brands. And as marketers, in the short term, there's little we can actually do about that, to be perfectly honest. So let's turn our attention to campaigns that do drive better awareness and brand building. And these ingredients that we need to include are things like content type, audience, you see them on the top here, business objectives, and then your campaign objectives that you can set within LinkedIn Campaign Manager. Okay, this is your brand equity that I mentioned earlier. This is the fame section. Bigger brands do better. The awareness piece is where we can play a little bit, right? So for awareness, paid is the only tactic to consider, right? It's very unlikely that the people who follow your company page are unaware of you. In fact, they probably know you really, really, really well. So it's a waste of time creating organic awareness content for followers who already know who you are. The content we want to use here needs to be creative, emotional, and focus on introducing your brand to a new audience who are not necessarily in the market to buy, right? The content needs to capture attention and not engagement. So we're looking really to measure impressions here when it comes to those awareness campaigns. As we go down onto the middle, so the organic content in the mid funnel should focus on community and content that chases engagement from your followers. Okay, so it builds. Right. So engagement is important here. You want your community to react to your posts, right? We want likes, we want comments, we want shares, we want clicks. Therefore, align all your objectives in Campaign Manager with those actions, with engagement and website visits. When it comes to the paid side, still in the mid-funnel here. So the content that creates product is, we want to create that product demand. So leverage content like reviews and case studies. Start to post content that is still emotional but uses logic around the benefits and the benefits of the product. Business objectives of the mid-funnel to convince customers to renew and upsell, as well as to continue to be loyal of the brand and to not churn. So promote your events, use stuff like lead gen forms. As we get to the bottom of the funnel, we want now to drive action specifically to clicks, to lead generating content. At this stage, a combination of paid and organic is recommended. All right. When it comes to demand gen content, just ask straight out for their business, right? Use FOMO or urgency or spur to action, whatever you want to call it. Discounts, sales, closing dates, offers, all these can be used to leverage to convert your audience now rather than later. Your business objectives here are to secure new business, to make renewals, to do upsells. Your engagement metric here is clicks and lead generation form completes. And then once you've got those, you want to score these to see how they measure out in your MQL, so your marketing qualified leads. Finally, use your lead campaign objective in the LinkedIn Campaign Manager. And that's it. So a quick kind of top to down review on how to strategically do an organic and paid strategy across the funnel through the lens of content, audience, business objectives, and campaign manager objectives. We're pretty much there. Initially, I was going to end this slide by saying that we've done it. We finally landed. We're on the moon. But the rocket ship has taken off from that fantastic launch pad. It's filled with fuel with the paid campaigns, and you finally got to the moon and it's all over. But with marketing, the truth is that it's never really over, right? We have to continue to learn, to adapt, to test. We have to be at the forefront of all that to compete with our competitors. So we've gone past the moon and we're still going, and we're looking to optimize and learn and test and continue to improve. So to recap, the best strategies is to leverage both organic and paid tactics across the funnel on LinkedIn. Paid will help you reach new audiences, while organic will help you reach and nurture your community of fans and followers. And there we go. The rocket is still going. Thank you all for your time. Please feel free to reach out to me directly on LinkedIn. My name's up there. Feel free to connect to me. I'm always happy to meet a new person. Also, please remember to leave any questions in the chat. We are going to collect them and we will get back to you and speak to you shortly if you need us. Thank you for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you very much, Samuel Azab, for such a wonderful sharing session. I particularly and have always enjoyed the organic option, especially for those of you who are newer to the market. That would have been very, very helpful. At least we hope so. And if you want to know more about building communities with organic and paid strategy from Sammy, you can ask away in the chat box or in the comment section, and Sammy or the LinkedIn team will reach out to you after the event, and they love to answer questions. So please leave your questions down below and they'll try and get back to you. Okay, so in our next session, what we once thought was temporary is now here to stay. Consumers are changing in their behaviors permanently. So, how do we use technology to amplify our marketing communications effort in this unprecedented era? Let's wrap up this morning with a panel discussion on navigating uncertainty while amplifying efficiency. This session will be moderated by Professor Willem Smit, and in case you missed the introduction earlier at his keynote session, he is an assistant professor of marketing at Asia School of Business and an international faculty fellow at MIT Sloan. Our first guest of the panel is Yang Bahagia Datuk Sharifah Muhammad Ismail, who is currently the president of the Institute of Marketing Malaysia, where she is also the first woman president of the institute since its inception in 1979. In August 2016, she was awarded the 50 Asia's Women Leaders Excellence Awards 2016, organized by CMO Asia. Dato Sharifah is the first Malaysian from a non-profit organization to achieve such recognition for her outstanding achievements and professionalism in the areas of leadership development in Malaysia. Our second guest is the Content Solutions Manager in APAC and China of LinkedIn. Daniel Hachuli is also currently an active committee leader for the IAB Southeast Asia and India and a board member of the Asian Content Marketing Association. He is a regular contributor to industry rags such as Mumbrella and the Content Marketing Institute. Daniel has also lectured on invitation at the University of New South Wales ESSEC and Singapore's SMU, the discipline of content marketing. Our third guest of this panel has over 16 years of experience in the property industry. Bernard Yong is currently attached to Mahsing Group, one of Malaysia's premier developers and property brands, in the role of Head of Strategic Marketing and Brand Experience. He brings with him a unique and refreshing perspective on all things related to marketing, consumer experience, real estate, business, and strategy. Our fourth guest of this panel is dialing in from the Philippines. Francis Joseph D is the head of technology solutions in Ogilvy, Philippines. Prior to joining Ogilvy, Francis was the country head for Fox Network Group's streaming service Fox Plus, where he was heavily involved with app improvements, content curation, and optimization. This is definitely a great panel discussion that you do not want to miss. So if you have any questions for the panel, please post it in the chat box or in the comment section. All right. So we are going to quickly check up on our panelists and make sure they're tip top, and then we'll be right back with you.
So we just sing. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our panel discussion. It is an honor and a pleasure to have this amazing panel discuss navigating uncertainty while amplifying efficiency. And like Mira said in the introduction, it is indeed that consumer behaviors have changed a lot, widespread adoption of digital technologies, and in the meanwhile, there is still a lot of uncertainty in the market. And we prepared a couple of questions with this amazing panel that has a wealth of experience in adopting technologies for their firms and for their clients. So I would like to start with discussing the title of our panel session, Navigating Uncertainty While Amplifying. efficiency. So, Bernard, could you start telling about what is the uncertainty in your view? What is causing this uncertainty, and perhaps on amplifying efficiency?
Hi, good morning, William. Good morning, everyone. Glad to be here. Yeah, I mean, great question to kickstart the morning with. Uncertainty, of course, is caused by change, right? Because things change, situations change, so your ability to predict what lies ahead, it becomes murkier, it gets more difficult. There are many causes for change, many reasons, right? I mean, everything from changes socially in the social political realm, environmental change, giving the rise of ESG. So there are many causes and drivers behind it. But of course, to me, one of the major drivers or major causes of this is the pace of technological change. And I think we all can probably agree and are in the thick of it. Technology, the pace at which computers, connectivity is ramping up, is becoming is exponential, right? So the change brings about a lot of differences and uncertainties in the way people behave. I mean, think of the changing landscape of social media, where even the titans of yesteryear are grappling and struggling to adapt to what comes ahead. Think about the way it has brought about changes in the way people shop. You know, Amazon, and of course, closer to home in this region, you have Lazada, you have Shopee, and so on. And also think of the change in how people consume, from buying products to now the rise of subscription and streaming services and so on. And also, last but not least, how we work, right? So of course, some of this change would be transitory. Some of this change could be more permanent. The thing is, nobody really knows, and that's, I guess, ties into the title of this panel session here, which is uncertainty. So my main pick would be technological change as the main driver. How to amplify it? I realize you asked one question, amplifying efficiency, right? So again, I mean, efficiency is all about getting more bang for buck. For me, as a client, when I work with agencies, we want more ROI on our marketing spend. The key thing is getting a good ROI on a small scale is relatively easy, can be done. But how do you scale it? How do you amplify this when you cover larger geographic regions, when you cover a larger target audience, when you have increase in spend? So scaling up a strategy always proves to be challenging from both the agency and client point of view.
Okay, thank you. Great, Daniel, could you comment on uncertainty as well? And is it only technology?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Hi, Daniel from LinkedIn here. I think there is a sort of a famous quote or something, isn't it? Like the only thing that is constant is change. And I think what we're seeing is like there has been just periods of rapid change that have happened here through the pandemic, political change across the world. I think some of the uncertainty that we're seeing is definitely economic. So there's definitely some headwinds coming in the economy coming through. It's 11 hours. We're talking about sort of the rise of sort of this idea of we printed a lot of cash over the last few years, and now payment is due, right, in terms of this and some of the uncertainty that's happening there. This obviously is playing a role in how much people have as an income that's available to spend. I'm also a bit of a believer that, yes, while we have gone through change and a big chunk, to Bernard's point, has been digital, I do remember reading a couple of years ago, one of the big consulting firms put out and said the digital disruption will be accelerated by 10 years. I don't think that has been the case. I think we've definitely seen acceleration of digital adoption, 100%, out of necessity for many bricks and mortar businesses moving forward. Have had to pivot their business lines onto online and find skill sets and people to deliver those. But as we start to open up again post-COVID, I think we're starting to see people start to come back a little bit back to normal. I think some things are here to stay, definitely, that disruption has been accelerated, but I wouldn't say we've gone through 10 years of innovation into. So I think what we're sort of seeing now is probably as an uncertainty is actually the disruption is going to start to slow a little bit. And I think now it's more about the best service you can provide for your clients. And as marketers too, I think we've been forced, I guess if you're in an events marketing space, you were forced to sort of pivot from physical events to virtual events. And I actually don't think virtual events are going away. I actually think they're going to stay. It's going to be now more of a hybrid system as the change. But physical events will come back. Same way outdoor advertising will come back in strong when everything pivoted to digital in the last few years. So there is some uncertainty there, but it's also change that is coming back to normal at the same time with a little bit of a difference. The only other thing I'll say is We've also seen uncertainty in the talent market at LinkedIn. So we've seen job markets being quite low in terms of unemployment, but the skills needed and the new jobs that have come into market since the pandemic, because of digital disruption, has exponentially increased, and we're not actually finding the talent that can actually fit the skill sets required. An example would be a restaurant obviously had wait staff needed before the pandemic. Post-pandemic, now they actually need somebody with digital skills to manage their online bookings, to manage their website, to manage all these different things, which they may not have needed as a core part of keeping their lights on and their business going. So these are some of the uncertainties we're seeing in talent, in the macroeconomic spaces as well. So yeah.
Nice. Great. So in addition to technology changes, adoption, we see macroeconomic development and in talent. Francis.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Could you
I
add
think
to
for
the picture of uncertainty?
Sure, of course. I think for me, the pandemic has not just accelerated tech adoption, but at the same time, it has actually brought uncertainties when it comes to marketing plans. We have seen not only shifts in marketing budgets, but we have also seen a lot of marketing plans being executed on a more short-term basis. So what used to be plans for the year are now done on a shorter basis. Customer journeys are now more challenging to predict, as well as we are seeing new behaviors emerging because of what has happened the past 2 years. Because of, I guess, technology, there is more emphasis now on customer experience and personalization. This is due to the fact that since everyone is starting to go digital, now with the apps, website, bots, chatbots, e-commerce, the bigger challenge now is to stand out, be noticed, and really matter to customers. So we must continuously, I guess, learn how these new technologies enhance the customer experience with the brand as the new normal continuously evolve. And that's how we are seeing certain uncertainties happening right now.
Okay, a new normal. New normal.
Yes, a new norm.
Yeah. YB Satu Sharifa, please. What are your ideas about uncertainty and do we see a new normal, or do we go back to the old one?
Thank you, William. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Okay, following to what the other panelists have said, I think the pandemic has taught all of us to manage uncertainty so well. And I think we're all good at it today, managing various uncertainties in our life, in our work, with our customers. So today I'm going to share on the marketing perspective. So, yes, we are coming back to normal slowly but surely. And from marketing perspective, we need to be prepared, not only to anticipate, but to be ready, to understand the challenges of meeting current and future customer expectations, whether it's new normal or there's any normal you can say, So what are some of these challenges that marketers and business leaders need to be prepared? The current challenging business trends, the changes in business trends, competition, the future supply chain, which I think some of us are feeling it very badly. Developing strong brands, of course, keeping up with digital technologies and growth opportunities. And we know that marketing is moving at the speed of light. Customers are getting more demanding, more difficult, more complicated. And, we have to create great customer experience, irrespective. And we need to find out what our customers' needs, the pain points, and the challenges. And we need to live up to this. We need to capture information about our customers and help create the experience that they want. Well, if you have products and services that are not selling anymore, you need to rethink, you need to redesign, repackage, everything. Okay, that's the new norm actually. And this is a time to embrace online solutions. So marketing and technology has got to go hand in hand. We are partners. Yeah? So we need to embrace online solutions. Those who have not done it must do it today. Do not wait. And we need to develop and maximize digital technology. Online presence is so important. And now we go for virtual experience. Nonetheless, I think we need to rethink price. We need to rethink product. We need to rethink positioning. And I think another thing that I want to add here is that if we can, with business people or marketers, if we can pivot and move into technology-driven solutions, business models, and that's the way to do it. That's the way to go, actually. And for today, actually, and also I wanted to discuss a little bit on the omni-channel challenges that we have. You know, as I said, rating, promotion, and placement. Look at your Facebook advertising. Look at your Google.
Excuse me, Dr. Sharifa, are you giving the answers to all the questions already?
No, not really, not really. No, and there's one question you asked, I think, inside there. I just wanted to share two Malaysian brands, which business as usual for the last 2-3 years. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
One is a very young startup, Chartai Malaysia. It's a very young company. From 3 outlets, they've got today 135 outlets. They're working very hard to be one of the top brands, not only in Malaysia but around the world. So that's the pride of Malaysia. Another company is a 135 years old business, which I think most of you know, is Royal Selangor. It has been with us. It has been in Malaysia for the last 135 years, staying relevant, very innovative, looking to the future, and they hope to go on another 125 years, if not more. So at the end of the day, my sharing is that it's all about your customers. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, great. Thank you. And this is really good leeway into the next question. When we're rethinking, when we're kind of remarketing everything, the technological tools are probably helpful. Also, like Bernard was saying, I would like to ask the panel which of the technological changes the new technologies they find most interesting for the coming year. Which one do they think is underestimated and they would invest more in? And which one do they think are overestimated? And we have a list of 10 most talked about marketing technologies these days. It will be shared on the chat group. It will be about content, going back to authentic, long-form content. Second one, chatbot on conversational AI. The third one, voice search. Fourth, data analytics. 5, social media marketing. 6, new areas of e-commerce. 7, user experience. 8, the metaverse. 9 is a cookieless future, and 10 is SEO and keywords. I would like give the floor back to you, Datu. Which one do you think brands, companies should invest in more this year?
Okay. I have shortlisted from the 10. I think marketers are moving to make sure that they're familiar with data analytics, and of course, social media marketing is the keyword or is the trend, and user experience. So all this means keeping up with digital transformation or digital technologies. Yeah. And we have no choice when we have to keep up with digital technologies. So businesses must reevaluate and look towards technology to innovate. Look at digital, data-driven decisions. This is again another key item that marketers must work towards. When you have data, it's information. Information is knowledge, and that will help you to make good decisions for your products and services and for your businesses. And of course, again, digital technologies, you talk about all these items, means contactless solutions and digital payments is something that that's the way forward. And I said, in fact, I mentioned earlier, strong virtual presence, digital marketing, and of course, custom software solutions are needed. So again, social media marketing, not everything will sell, not everything you can sell. But you really need to know what sells, what don't sell, and what fits your product and services best. So as a business person, you must be smart to decide what works and what doesn't work, and which platform suits you and your product best. So either physical stores, online platforms, or even third-party partnership, like putting your products at departmental stores, malls, and so on. So do explore what works and what doesn't before you put your money into it. And like Facebook advertising, Google Ads, and almost every business is going on Facebook. So again, user experience, customer experience is crucial investment, especially in taking your business globally. Yeah, even opening more outlets and so on and so forth. So it's cheaper to retain your current customers than to work on new ones. So
Good.
customer experience, user experience is key.
Exactly. And with the application of all those new technologies that you're recommending, it's also important to coordinate all these touch points. The technological, the digital touch points, and the soft touch points. So the only channel becomes then a big challenge. Bernard, could you build on that?
Yeah.
What would be your favorite technologies to invest on?
Well, definitely I'll build on that. That was a good answer. And I always like to tell my team that we don't implement technology for technology's sake, right? Technology is meant to achieve an objective, to help us achieve an objective. And I like what Dato' Sharifah mentioned about it. It's all about the customer. Because at Marsing, besides the branding and marketing department, I also hit the customer experience department. And technology has allowed us to get a lot more data on what's happening on the ground with the user journey. So it's right, Dato' Sharifah mentioned, it's all about the customer. Data in terms of how users are behaving, how our campaigns are faring, user satisfaction, what they want, what's their sentiment, and so on. Because all these data points, all these insights are key to actually developing a strategy, right? Because a strategy should address key pain points in order to achieve an objective. If you don't have this granular insights, which comes from a proper tech stack, proper data, how are you going to develop that strategy? So having said that, from the list of 10, my top 3 would, number 1 be UX, the user experience. I like what Daniel mentioned as well, because there are things which change rapidly, but there are also some things which are universal, right? Some things which don't change. And I don't think there will ever come a time where the customer does not crave more efficiency, more convenience, more connection. So being able to deliver a top-notch user experience through technology, mind you, would definitely and always would be key. My second top 3, of course, would be data. So I think Daniel sharing, as you share later in some of the points, was quite insightful with regards to the cookieless future. Yes, I think certain speakers of data would be turned off as privacy concerns ramp up. But from a customer experience point of view, there's a lot more ways to generate first-party data that we may not have had before. So I guess as third-party data dries up, therein lies the opportunity to gather and make more use of first-party data. So data to me is still a big pillar of the strategy of Marsing moving forward to deliver that world-class customer experience. And my third top pick would be long-form content. I think in this age of compressed attention spans, no thanks to platforms like TikTok and the like, I do see that people are beginning to crave more credibility, more authenticity in the content that they consume, right? With more awareness on what misinformation is. We do see, at least amongst the buyers of Marsing, property buyers, people spending more effort to find out, the truth, or find out more, get more information to aid their purchases. So that's my top 3. Do you want me to share my bottom 3 with them? Do we have time for that, or we'll move on?
Let's save that for later. Really good point. Yeah, people start to become more intelligent users of information. Yet they can.
Well, we hope. Yeah, there are green shoots. There are green shoots there. So
yeah. So Daniel, moving to you, what would be your top 3 pick?
I'll start with my bottom 3, which is voice, metaverse, and chatbots.
Okay.
And I think Bernard, you might be in my camp on this one, but I also think Francis is going to push back on this, which is great. I feel like voice search, metaverse, and chatbots themselves, the technologies around these right now, for marketers anyway, is still in its fair infancy. And I think when it's done well, it can work great, and the experience can be amazing for the consumer, but it's rarely done well. So there's a lot of hype around here because these are sort of new technologies. And I guess if you can do it well as an early adopter, you will have a first to market advantage on them. But try and see above the hype a little bit and see whether or not this really sits with your business. And also be prepared to make mistakes as we go through a Gartner hype cycle and we learn more about how to do the metaverse better, how to do chatbots better. But my top 3 that really should be focused on right now, I think the cookieless future is one. And the reason for this is because it's happening regardless, and it's happening in the next 18 months, right? It's already happened with Apple, but Google's now bringing this in 2023, and it's going to really change the game on how we use data. and how we leverage data effectively, specifically on the third-party side. I think if you ignore this, you're going to struggle with your digital strategy. You're going to struggle with your audience analysis and understanding. You're going to struggle with your reporting around your campaigns. So you really need to be across what's happening there when cookies go away and how you can best leverage first-party data, as to what Bernard said. Secondly, e-commerce. I think this is hugely important because I think we've just come out of a pandemic where a lot of bricks and mortar businesses didn't actually have an e-commerce solution, and it became about survival for them. And I think they don't want to go back to a time when they don't have that. And so one area we have definitely seen acceleration in has been e-commerce. And I think that trend is going to continue. And the reason is because I think coming from a social media platform, we're now starting to understand that these are also potential marketplaces. And the idea of building using e-commerce for both, not just brands to win money, to earn an income, but also creators to earn an income with the rise of TikTok and Substack and all of these Twitches and Patreons. This is the new creator economy that's moving forward. And this is something that's going to be very, very important for marketers to be across. And then I think also on the back of that is digital has a new place in your understanding about marketing. You've got price, place, promotion, and product. And traditionally, we've always thought about digital as this medium for promotion, right? It's where we put our advertising. But actually, we've got to start thinking about it also as a place for place, right? It's about your physical availability. And where we used to have storefronts that you could walk into is where you could buy your products. New physical availability is really going to be on digital. And this is in your Google AdWords. This is on your website. This is e-commerce. This is your ability to buy products through Amazon and all these other areas. And so think about it, not just digital as and the technology around digital and e-commerce as for promotion only in your advertising, but also about place and about how you can get that physical availability and make your products accessible as possible to the consumer. And then the last one there is SEO and keywords for my trends. And SEO and keywords is really just because this is the staple for digital. Like if you are not invested in your SEO, it's going to be very, very hard for you to have a place on digital above your competitors and have a presence. So the idea here is really sort of focus on those: cookieless future, e-commerce, and SEO.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Really good. And actually, I will side with Frances to create a little bit of balance among our five. The previous three actually suggesting a lot of makes a lot of sense to be customer driven. I'm not arguing with that, but is it also worthwhile to be customer driving and actually make a stance and be the leader in innovation? Frances, what is your view on that?
All right, I guess I'll answer the question from the lens of engagement, experience, and being able to stand out and sift through all the digital noise that's happening right now, right? Don't get me wrong, I believe that all tech is important and that the different tech has different functions when it comes to your ACPL funnel or your journey of the consumer. But if I were to choose, I think the metaverse has a big opportunity when it comes to standing out, engagement, in an avenue to collect, I guess, first-party data in relation to when we talk about the cookieless world. What's exciting and encouraging about the metaverse is that nothing about it is completely set in stone. It's still in its nascent stage. So the metaverse actually presents a major opportunity for brands, but only if they prioritize consumers and their experiences over everything else. While there are still so many questions about what the metaverse will ultimately turn into, right now it's technically just a place where brands can start engaging and interacting with consumers with an eye for the future. My next would be chatbots. I think chatbots have now gone a long way from what used to be like an AVR robot like feeling when you're interacting with them to now having artificial intelligence backing it up. To the point that you can even now have social commerce and have commerce within bot platforms. So for me, I say chatbot because of the fact that your customers could rarely get a chance to talk to you directly as a brand. So chatbots are able to provide your business with detailed, actionable records of your customers' greatest pain points, helping your company improve its product and services. Aside from that, the chance of selling is proportional to the data provided by the consumer, and chatbots can actually improve the rate of customer data. Bots are also, I believe are optimal tools for organizations to learn customer expectations. Because of the data that are being provided by the chatbots customer interaction, customer specific targets can now be planned. The organizations can be given feedback, and improvements can actually be planned by making some inferences from those data collected. And lastly, cookieless future, because it's just basically happening. Either you address it now or fall out later on, as like what Daniel said earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, and that actually leads us to our third question, because I think all of you have mentioned that this is it's inevitable, and we need to be prepared either to get data from somewhere else. It is also a question raised by Darin in the audience, so we'll immediately serve that question now. Francis, would you like to continue on the cookieless world?
Sure.
Do you see it as a threat? Do you see this as an opportunity? Will this harm the ROI?
I think for me, the elimination of third-party cookies is actually a warning for brands. So personalized experience that fail to deliver value will eventually harm trust and erode those brand relationships. I think I've spoken I've spoken a lot about personalization, and personalization actually depends on your knowledge of your customers, and that means personal data. So until recently, marketers could acquire some sort of personal data without customers explicitly agreeing to it. Yeah, but that situation is changing. So we should also change our approach from data acquisition to actually value exchange. To future-proof your personalization strategy actually depends on making a fair offer to people that is clear about what you will collect and what value customers will get out of it.
Okay.
First-party data collected on your own touch points will actually become very critical to the brands. Own touch points are where you can actually present the terms of the data exchange and get consent from your customers. So basically, your own touch points are also where you can implement an identity management system, just to make sure that the data you collect is attributed to the customer profile that you're actually managing.
Yes.
So with so many advances in tech, first-party data can also be more nuanced and relevant to your specific brand relationship and lead you to better insights moving forward.
Okay, good. Thank you. And this is actually a good way to go to Daniel, because knowing him, he is concerned that by focusing only on the bottom of the funnel, you don't get the actual reach. Daniel.
I think that's where the cookieless future is going to hurt the most. I think it's understanding the customer and trying to drive them down the purchase funnel and the visibility that we used to have, right, with some of this data. And I think we're going to have to start to get comfortable a little bit with more fuzziness around the personalized data that we used to have. Safari and Firefox have, decided to block third-party cookies already from being tracked. Google has announced that they're going to do this and phase this out in Chrome by 2023. I think it's something that, Chrome is, I think, 60% market share in the browsing and the cookie display. So it's going to have a significant impact in terms of how we actually can do a lot of the current marketing tactics that we used to do in the past, especially around audience analysis and measurement. But ultimately, I think trust and privacy isn't a more important thing. And I actually think this is actually a good thing, and it will actually breed some innovation in this. And to sort of Darren's question, which was, how cookieless will the cookieless future really be? Is there no alternative methods? A lot of social media companies are really thinking about this. And I think that the quick answer is it's going to be around first-party identity resolution, right? It's going to really be about how much insight can you actually get from the first-party publishers that you work with. At LinkedIn, we're testing out a few things like group identity, which is going to be using our first-party information. A group identity really sort of just leverages our first-party data group of members as a cohort, like based together across some of their sort of more professional identity attributes, such as seniority that they're working in or their industry that they're working in. So more firmographic data rather than demographic data. And so this process will really sort of help marketers sort of understand those audiences across cohorts a little bit better, especially when you're using things like programmatic to sort of try and target large swathes of audiences. And it's going to be valuable to B2B marketers as well, because, you know, you can look at this as trying to reach decision makers and working within the buying committee in the B2B space particularly. This is quite hard, I guess, on the B2C when you're really looking for the pointed person. And I think that is going to be something that is a challenge. But I also know that Google is also working on similar sort of cohort sort of bucketing with their sort of first party solution off the back of this. And speaking of Google, you know, this is also going to affect those who are using Google tools. So Google Analytics is going to be, universal Google Analytics is going to be retired in 2023 in July. And we're going to be replacing that with Google GA4, Google Analytics 4. Now, this is really moving away from cookieless and actually starting to look at more events-based tracking. And so this is something that I think is going to also be a game changer. And if I was to give any advice to marketers right now who are using Google Analytics as their core analytics platform, start thinking about switching and doing the migration across to GA4, because I think that is going to be the new area for you to be able to get this and understand the ecosystems that you're sort of targeting and trying to bring people into. So yeah, that's my response on the cookieless future.
Okay, great. Bernard, in the to you in marketing real estate, does the cookieless future change the game?
Well, it definitely does. It definitely does. In terms of my understanding and preparedness for it, well, I'm still ramping up my knowledge about that. So I do work closely with my agents, relying on them quite a fair bit in order to restructure our campaigns, redo our targeting, and advise us in terms of how to best face this. But as mentioned, I think in one of our earlier chats, we do see the degradation in the performance of some of our campaigns across some of the major platforms that we commonly use. So things like the cost per leads have been going up, right? The cost per impressions, the convertibility of the leads we do generate has decreased. So not only are the leads more expensive, but the conversion of them into bookings and ultimately a property sale has also taken a hit. So there are a variety of reasons for this. Of course, everything from, I guess, sheer ad exhaustion and the exhaustion of the customer base. But I think also with the increasing constraints of targeting ability, definitely that contributes to this as well. So yeah, we are seeing what we can do as a company to better pivot and better re-strategize to tackle this head on.
All right, good. And that actually then we come to the final question of the panel. That is after you've given your analysis on uncertainty, on amplifying efficiency, and specifically on what are the potential that tech can give amidst this situation. What would be your 3 pieces of advice moving forward? And I'd like to start with Daniel, please. What is your 3 pieces of advice?
I think the first one would be that investment in technology is super important, but not to neglect the investment of people. And the need here is that technology only works well when you have good people who can implement it, who can run it, who can strategize around it, and who can leverage it effectively. And so, especially when it comes to coming downturns and headwinds that we're sort of seeing across this, we're going to start seeing, you know, layoffs and job cuts and things like that. And you want to keep your best people. We're in the middle right now of what we're calling the Great Resignation. And I think having a good company culture and investing in people to keep them motivated, compensated, and trained and happy is going to save you a lot of headache, because you can have all the best technology in the world, but if you've got no one to monitor it, implement it, create it, plug in the pipes, it's just going to sit there and be unused. And so invest in technology, certainly, but also make sure that you're investing in people as well. The second trend is on the topic of cookieless future. I think you really do need to think about your publishing partners and having conversations with your publishing partners and what solutions they're going to be providing you moving forward through your campaigns, and how you can actually help you measure this, whether that's through AI, whether that's through sort of what we talked about with cohort analysis. Like, there's definitely areas where a lot of these publishers are really working on solutions, and it might just be about you learning how to live in their separate ecosystems around the reporting to make sure that first party data stays within their ecosystem in order to make it effective. But have that conversation. And then the last one I think is, and we haven't had this conversation yet in this chat, but I think one of the biggest disruptions to marketing in the last couple of years, especially in the B2B space, has really been a book, and it's been Byron Sharp's How Brands Grow. And this is really based on empirical evidence from him and the Ehrenberg Bass Institute, which is one of the largest marketing research firms in the world, really around setting out some certain marketing laws that, despite the vertical, despite the category you're in, despite B2B or B2C, these are laws that work in marketing that grow a brand. And one of these laws is things like double jeopardy, which some of you may have heard of before, but this is really about sort of saying, smaller brands have less market share because they actually have fewer buyers, which is the first jeopardy. And those buyers are also less loyal, which is the second jeopardy, which makes it quite hard if you're an SMB competing with enterprise brands in the end. And it actually, in the end, it kind of says like big brands stay big for a reason, because they're more noticeable and people are more loyal to them. They lose less customers. So some of these things, when you know this, and it's been revolutionary in the B2B space of how to market, I think is really one of these things that I would encourage everybody to go out and read. Read Byron Sharp's book, How Brands Grow, because it also talks a lot about penetration and brand loyalty and whether or not these things are important for your business moving forward, and how you can actually steal market share or take market share off your competitors in a much more strategic way. And one of the big things they say there is, especially in B2B, we commoditize a lot of our products and our marketing. It's really based around product. And he's really encouraging the value of your marketing is in brand. It's really investing in brand and brand building and brand salience and coming top of mind and owning both mental availability as well as that physical availability and share of wallet at the bottom. So those are my three. Invest in people, talk to your publishing partners about the cookieless future, and then read the book, How Brands Grow.
Okay, nice. Yes. And How Brands Grow is really good when you're a big brand. When you're small, you already need to fight the double jeopardy. We have in the panel an expert on SME marketing, Datu Sharifa. Sharifa, how can in these times, how can small and medium-sized enterprises gain more customers and keep them more loyal to fight the double jeopardy?
Oh, thank you, William. Okay, for all marketers up there today, I think we must look at the environment. I would put it shortly or briefly. It's rude, R-U-D-E. It's rapidly changing. It's so uncertain. It's dynamic. It's engaging. If you talk about, being very rapidly changing, everything is rapidly changing. Technology, even our lifestyle, shopping style, shopping habits. Uncertainties, everything is so uncertain today. The economy, the market, even the weather is not certain. Yeah. So you talk about being dynamic. Everything is so dynamic. It changes every other day. Social media, technology is, of course. Like the time spent on social media today is increasing, continuously increasing. So as marketers and business leaders, we need to be prepared with all these. And you talk about engagement. Every customer wants engagement. That's where the customer experience is so important. So we really need to re-strategize and look at our strategies, look at our creativity activities or programs, look at our innovation. How do we move forward, to face this uncertainty and this particular environment? And of course, the pandemic has taught us so many things. So we must rise again, look at new ways of doing business, adopt the omni-channel communication strategies, focus on digital connections. You just move everything online, overhaul your communication and your technology or your technical, your marketing strategies. Just overhaul your communication strategies. Have empathy towards your customers. You adopt, you adapt, and you move on. Well, in any crisis and any challenges, there's always an opportunity. So look out for these opportunities and ride on the waves of these opportunities. So make them work favorably for you, if not profitably for you and your organization. Well, that's my take. Thank you.
Nice. Yes. Thank you so much. Can I ask a follow-up question on that? Datu?
Okay. Hope I can answer.
So by focusing on digital connections and empathy towards customers, there's a little bit of a tension, right? Digital connections often seen as a bit more distant rather than face-to-face in person. How would you combine these?
Very true. But as I said, you really need to know what your customers need. So there are certain things you can go online. There are certain things you just have to do face to face. That's why sometimes it is very challenging, or it's very interesting to see the number of outlets of certain products are just increasing, irrespective pandemic or non-pandemic. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I
Yeah.
think that connection and that conversation with your customers must be continuous. Then you know better, then you can do better.
Okay. Yeah. Good. Thank you. Frances, what would be your advice for the coming? So before I'm asking you that, actually, I also would like to ask the audience to share questions, because I think after a series of advice after Frances and Bernard, I think we have some time for answering some of your questions. Frances.
Yes, I think the first piece of advice for me would be to be agile and innovate. I think one of the things that the pandemic has actually taught us is that we have to structure our organizations to be more fleet-footed and be able to adapt to changes quickly. Part of being agile is actually to constantly question what could be better in order for us to continually improve. That's one piece of advice. Number two is, yes, data is important. Data is there, but together with data, market sensing is also important. So brands should be able to seek to understand consumer sentiment and the emotions that drive consumer behavior and decisions. By understanding this, the social context, the underlying principles, values, and other external factors influencing the behavior, it can enable for a more powerful marketing strategy. And lastly, I think embrace technology. It's here to stay. Tech creates new opportunities to do a job that your consumers wants done. So the experience that you can create with tech is what may separate you from the rest, and what can make your brand more memorable in the future.
Okay, good. I'd like to also ask a follow-up question to you, Frances,
Sure.
by advising being agile and innovate and be first movers. Also, what Dr. Sharifa was mentioning of rising again and being innovative. How do you convince other people in your organization and you too in convincing your clients to do innovative projects? What are your tricks to do this? To
I
convince, to
think
persuade others to take those daring steps?
I think for us, it's just really presenting the opportunity if you try something new. Like I said, we've seen that the digital space is very cluttered right now, and it's harder and harder to kind of stand out, to convert, and make people remember your brand. So
Okay.
for us, it's really, we've done a lot of work within the agency, wherein we've several creative technology executions that has actually given a lot of ROI for these companies. So I mean, the way we try to kind of convince people is, one, show what we've done and show the results of things that we've done in the past when it comes to the creative tech space, and just let them see with the data that, okay, this is how cluttered the space is, and this is how we propose that you'll be able to stand out based on what your business needs are.
Okay. Good. Yeah, taking advantage of the clutter. Bernard, your pieces of advice.
All right, thanks, Willem. I'll just give three main pieces of advice in closing. Number one is to continue to follow the data. And I do mean data in a broad sense, meaning both operational data, or otherwise known as OX, and also experiential data, which is EX. So operational data for a developer company like mine, and all of us will have different operational data. But for a property developer, it ranges from the product delivery, right? The quality data, the data on your defects. It covers even data on your customer service, how many tickets or how many inquiries are coming in, how many of them are complaints, how quickly are they being resolved. Even your sales and marketing data, your galleries, how many people walk in and what time of the day they walk in, how long do they stay. So all this data is very, very important. Operational data. Experiential data, of course, is on customer satisfaction and experience. What feedback do they have to give? So only by looking at this holistically, visualizing it to your dashboards, to your reports, analyzing it and deriving insights from it, can the right strategies and the right actions be set, which will put you in a good position to face the uncertainties of tomorrow. So mobilize the company around it, this OX and EX. We always like to say in marketing that the right data at the right time, in the right hands, leads to the right decisions. So data in a broad sense, OX and EX. That's my first piece of advice. Number two, following through from what I mentioned about EX, listen to what the customers say, right? So ultimately, I think the panelists several of them have mentioned, it is about the user experience, it is about the customer, and I will second that. So my second piece of advice is listen to what they're saying, where they are saying it, and how they are saying it. Invest in the right tools to get this insight. So at MarCom, we have worked with tools such as Qualtrics, Question Pro, to put in place various checkpoints and feedback mechanisms to get timely insights. The macro environment is changing at an ever faster pace. We need to keep up, and the customers are the canary in the coal mines. Listen to what they have to say. What they have to say will point you and the organization in the right decision. So invest in these programs and invest in this tech. Number three, my last parting piece is, well, we all know the methods of yesteryear won't secure victory in the battles of tomorrow, right? So the marketing playbook from 10 years ago should be relegated to the bin of history. I mean, parts of it, yes, was still universal, but a big chunk of it. I mean, for property, I remember the days where the bulk of your marketing would be done on print ads and hanging banners and buntings and outdoor billboards and leaflets, you know, things like that. Even 15 years ago, people were still doing mail drops. Those, of course, have changed. Things have changed quite a fair bit. So the methods that assured success 10, 15 years ago, rarely will they be sufficient for today. So I'll just quote something from Star Wars, Yoda himself: unlearn what you've learned. And I think we all can agree with that.
Okay, great. Yes, thank you so much. Very good panel. So now we have answered 4 questions where you showcased your experience and your advice, your expertise. We're getting questions from the audience, and I'd like to move our attention to that. We have one specifically for Datu, and one that is for on SMEs, which is probably already answered by Datu, and the others can comment on this. The first question from Ethan for Datu is actually draws the attention to government agencies. We haven't talked about that yet. It's quite a good suggestion. The question, Datu, is there a plan or initiative through IMM, the Institute in Marketing Malaysia, to work with the government agencies to promote, elevate, and sustain this exponential growth in digital marketing use for our business, as the 10 types are proven effective and efficient from results obtained?
Okay, William, I will try and answer this. Yes, in fact, okay, there's no current plan, there's no concrete plans or structured plans at this point in time with the government agency. But however, we do give some feedback. And I think the government agencies have got various plans for digitalization projects or digitalization efforts by most SMEs. Like I know SME Corp Malaysia has that, MDEC Malaysia has some grants given to small businesses for digitalization, and various other, government agencies. So
grants, right?
As business owners, do look out for this. So we, as a non-profit organization, we do give feedback and we do help in the training aspect of it.
The training aspect of
the
it.
training aspect. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that helps.
Yes. Yeah. With SME Corp and MDEC, there are ways to get grants for digitalization.
There's lots of it actually.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe somebody else from the panel that want to comment? No. Okay. Then I'd like to ask for advice for SMEs, already introduced by Daniel. So there's the double jeopardy. How can the SMEs fight double jeopardy with digital technologies? Is it the same formula as for the big brands?
Yeah, it is largely the same formula. And I think, if I was to think about how some of the other research firms like the B2B Institute is talking about some of these things, essentially your goal with your marketing is to generate awareness and attention at the top end of the funnel as far as possible with as many buyers as possible. And so penetration there is super important. And I think it is one of the advantages of having a famous brand, right? So if you're a big enterprise brand like a Google or a Microsoft or an IBM or an Amazon, like you're famous. So the reach actually comes to you. It's actually like quite easy for you to get the reach across as many customers as possible. And what we actually know is that for an SMB, the idea is for you to actually look at that whale and then try and, I guess, match them in terms of the reach, share of voice. So the precursor to owning more share of market is actually share of voice. And so what share of voice means is basically you're reaching as many people as possible. So you're not doing hyper targeting. You're not dialing into deep personalization. You can still personalize a little bit, but the idea here is you have to reach as many buyers as possible with the most relevant message. That's how big brands are doing it, and that's how they stay big. And so taking that same tactic and applying it to SMBs can absolutely be a case there, because once you start seeing that you're generating more share of voice at the top end of the funnel, what we tend to see is if you can increase your share of voice in market to your total addressable market, your total TAM, by about 10%, probably equates to you growing by about 1% or so in your share of market. Now, 1% can be massive in a big industry like cloud or cybersecurity or something like that, if you take 1% extra share of market in the next 6 months, the next year. So SMBs can grow their brands despite double jeopardy. But as you can tell, like with double jeopardy, is the big brands, it's easier for them to stay big because of how famous they are and everybody knows them. So when you think about which cloud solution should I go for, the top three obviously will come to mind will be something like AWS, Azure, and I don't know, Google's cloud solution, right? But Oracle and any SMBs like Mixpanel or something like that that is trying to grow those brands, that place there is really has to get into that top three consideration set, because you're not being recalled fast enough. And so the faster you get to be recalled, the more share of voice you own, the easier you come to mind to more customers, the more likely you're going to generate more sales down the line. And so investing in brand building and pushing that out is absolutely something that, again, How Brands Grow really sort of tries to show you how to do effectively.
Okay, yes. And buying brand names on Google on paid search?
The tough thing about this is the uncertainty question there. How do you navigate through uncertainty? Because in certainty, the first thing that gets taken away is the budget for a cost center like marketing, right? Yeah. And of course, when you're investing in brand building, it's hard for you to attributionally see instant results, demand. Yeah. And so I think what we tend to see is two things in uncertainty: is brands either reduce their spending or they stop their spending completely and go dark. The problem with stopping your spending is your brand equity is like a falling plane, right? And the fuel that keeps it there is your advertising. As soon as you stop your advertising, you're not going to plummet in terms of your market share, in terms of your brand equity, but it will slowly decline. It will glide down like a plane out of fuel. And then once you start putting that advertising back in, you are only going to be equaling the trajectory straight. You're not going to be growing. And so actually, in order to claw back that market share that you lost, you will likely have to increase your spend after it. So the best tactic during uncertainty actually is to not stop your advertising, is to continue your marketing effectively and to keep going, because a lot of your competitors will stop. There's an opportunity for you then to take that market share off them.
Yeah, share of voice will increase then thanks to their stop of spending. Yeah, nice. Okay, Bernard.
I will come at this question from a people angle. Right, so I know my previous answers didn't touch so much on talent, although we all agree that talent is a hugely important component to any organization's success. I think it was Francis who mentioned about agility, right? So I would say, look, we can't predict the future. There's this famous saying by Niels Bohr that predicting is very difficult, especially if it's about the future. Great quote.
Yeah.
So we can't predict the future. What we can do is prepare ourselves to be adaptable and flexible and agile. I think for SMEs, getting the right talent in place and making sure that they are empowered at their levels to solve problems on a daily basis is absolutely key. Because if we rely only on top down, if we rely only the man or woman in the CEO's chair to drive that, that is too slow an approach. And we know that with seniority sometimes comes calcified learnings, for example, right? So again, unlearn what you've learned. So get the right people, get the right talent, and make sure they're empowered to solve problems in their day-to-day. I think that's the best way an organization can make sure it's constantly on its toes and be ready to face whatever challenges come its way.
Yeah. Yeah, those resources are very valuable in uncertainty, right? So they can help you control your destiny. Yeah, that's right. Great answer, Francis.
Yeah, I mean, just to add on to what Bernard said, I think with regards to people, I think what I usually look for in people is those who are visionaries. I mean, those who always questions the status quo, because from these visionaries you will find more creative solutions, more answers to questions that you probably previously didn't even think of. So I think being a visionary having somebody who's visionary in a SMB is very important. Someone who's always challenging the status quo and trying to find a better solution to whatever existing product or problem that you have.
Nice. Okay. Great. I think I would like to thank the whole panel for sharing their expertise on the questions on navigating uncertainty, amplifying the efficiency, the role of and the function of new technologies, and what is your pieces of advice for the future. Actually, it related a lot to what I've been researching myself about entrepreneurial strategies, which entrepreneurs actually are always in an uncertain environment because they don't have any data on the history of their venture. They have a novel idea, and as soon as they start creating, they actually start changing the environment, right? It's very endogenous to the environment. They don't see the environment as something that is given, but something that they can create it. And using their resources, who they are, what they are, and who they know, actually helps them to control the environment. So I think the uncertainty that a lot of organizations face remind them actually of those infant stages of the business, of how it all started, because we're kind of so much spoiled by so much historical data that we kind of lose sight of that other arsenal that we have, the resources to stay agile and to adapt to changes. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharifa. Thank you. Francis, Daniel, Bernard, thank you so much for your advice. Mira, over to you.
All right. thank you, Willem. And we hope that you have enjoyed the first power panel of the conference as much as we did. And thank you so much to Professor Smith, to YB, Datuk Sharifah, to Daniel, to Bernard, and to Francis for such an insightful and engaging discussion, as well as the advice that we got. My personal favorite was whatever that you have learned, you must unlearn from Yoda, or how I imagine him saying it in my head is what you have learned, unlearn you must. So thank you so much for that piece of advice. I shall remember it. It was most definitely a great honor to have all of our panelists here powering this event, as well as our wonderful viewers at your desk right now. All right, guys. As promised, before we end this session, here's how you can be in the running for our special prize draw with promo codes, exclusive consultations, and gadgets, all worth over 26,000 ringgit up for grabs. All you need to do is scan the QR code here on the screen, or go to bit.ly/marcomsurvey1. Let us know what your thoughts are about this morning's session. And number 3, tune in for the winner announcement later today. And if you've enjoyed the session, we have another great program lined up later this afternoon. We aim to please. As you could see on the screen, we will be kicking off this afternoon session with the campaign measurability, data and analytics keynote by client partner, brand guidance and customer experience of Kantar Malaysia. It is then followed by a presentation by our tech tutor sponsor, Ada, and the regional head of retail and diversified. And there will be another, believe it or not, but yes, there will be another power panel discussion about how data brings value to customers' experience. The panel is powered by esteemed guests from Edelman Malaysia, Sea Gamer Mall, and our tech trooper sponsor, Teats. This panel will be moderated by our knowledge partner, Kantar Malaysia. Hope you're excited about the afternoon session. And if you want to learn more about the conference agenda and our speakers, you may scan the QR code on the top left of your screen, or go to bit.ly/marcomtech2022 to get that information. And if you need any assistance from us, you can email us at events@thestar.com.my. And please also share this event with your colleagues and your industry peers. I am Myra Baiti and I'm signing out, but this page will remain live throughout the day. And remember to complete the short survey to stand a chance to win one of the 3 unique prizes. Thank you, have a good break, and I will see you again later this afternoon at 2 p.m. Bye. half the day, right? You'll just be spending in the field, no point going. Betul. And in the morning pun, cikgu dah tahu petang ada drill. Dia tak buat apa tau kadang-kadang. Hey everyone, good afternoon afternoon to all of you and welcome back. And welcome to the second session of Star Media Group's MarCom Tech Live Virtual Conference. Whether you are tuning in via Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, or LinkedIn, thank you very much for joining us again. My name is Myra Mighty and I'm your host for this two-day conference. We hope that you and your loved ones are keeping well, safe. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know how you are doing, how was your lunch break, where are you tuning in from, and what do you wish to take away from this two-day conference. Please type in the chat box or in the comment section. By the way, of thriving in the road recovery through tech is proud to be kickstarted with MarCom Tech. This conference will run on a journey of 4 different sessions from discovering the future of MarCom, turning data to insights for campaign measurability, going beyond with integrated and omni-channel strategies, and moving onward with brand image and media. To make sure you gain the most out of this MarCom Tech Live virtual conference, we are very honored and humbled with the support of 23 subject matter gurus, thought leaders, industry experts, and organizational leaders across different industries who are powering this two-day program. To learn more about the conference agenda
sections to our session today. And the first one is actually understanding the need for insights. And we will unpack a bit in terms of what is it that we meant by that, and why is it that businesses will need the right insights to help them with their future growth. Secondly, we're going to talk about what are the challenges that's preventing us from getting the right information and the right business decision with all the data, that information that we already have in house, especially with businesses that deal with clients and customer data. That we have quite a lot of information, but how is it that we know those are the right information that we can make the decision for our business? Thirdly, we're going to be talking about what does the ideal data journey looks like when we're going from data to insight, especially with the help of like AI or artificial intelligence. Okay, so these are all exciting times with all the digital transformation that we are seeing. Let's go to the next slide. It's not going. All right. So the need for insights. Can you hear me? Slightly loud.
Three, three, four, three, four, three, four. Mic test 1 2 ada. Okay. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic test 1 2 1 2. Back. Mic test 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Test, test. Good.
Alright, the first question is, what is your name?
Okay, my name is Azizi.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. How about it, Faris? Good, eh? Alright. Great, thank you for your sharings. See you.
Hello. Tech teacher Eda. Hi.
Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Telemedia kids. Attendees your partner.
Knowledge partners Frost S. Sullivan.
Knowledge partner Ipsos,
Kantar,
Kantar, and
supported by Institute of Marketing Malaysia, MDA, Malaysia, what is that?
Then this price drop 25 times, 100 promo code. Can?
Why? You don't have what is it? No, I like it.
Hi Baris, everything's okay?
Hi. So, how's everything, guys? We right? Alah, nasi aja boleh makan ni. Buat for you guys, not mine.
Betul lah.
Hello. Testing 1, 2. Testing 3.
Baris, okay? Clear? 1, 2.
I want to look.
We're giving talk for what event?
No, you don't know what the event. MarCom Tech.
Oh,
Oh, kena marah ni. Hello?
Hey everyone! Good afternoon to all of you and welcome back. And welcome to the second session of Star Media Group's MarCom Tech Live Virtual Conference. Whether you are tuning in via Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, or LinkedIn, thank you very much for joining us again. My name is Myra Baiti and I'm your host for this two-day conference. We hope you and your loved ones are keeping well and safe, and we'd love to hear from you. Let us know how you are doing, How was your lunch break? Where are you tuning in from, and what do you wish to take away from this 2-day conference? Please type in the chat box or in the comment section below. And by the way, if you haven't heard about this, last year, our Digital X Data 2021 was a tremendous success thanks to each and every one of you as well as our sponsors. This year, Digital X Data 2022, with the theme of thriving in the road to recovery through tech, is proud to be kickstarted with MarCom Tech. This conference will run in a journey across 4 different sessions, from discovering the future of MarCom to turning data to insights for campaign measurability, going beyond with integrated and omni-channel strategy, and moving onwards with brand image and media. To make sure you gain the most out of this MarCom Tech Live virtual conference, we are very honored and humbled with the support of 23 subject matter gurus, thought leaders, industry experts, and organization leaders across different industries who are powering this 2-day program. To learn more about the conference agenda and speaker profiles, you may scan the QR code on the top right of your screen or go to bit.ly/MarComTech2022. As mentioned earlier, there is a token of appreciation for those who have RSVP'd to attend this event. You will get a 1-night staycation. So stay tuned to our email after this event. Also, we are running special prize draws worth over 26,000 ringgit at this event, with promo codes, exclusive consultations, and gadgets up for grabs. Stay tuned with us until the end of this session to find out how you can stand a chance to win any of these amazing prizes as shown on the screen at each of the 4 sessions in the event. Now, let's see who are the winners of this morning session. The 5 winners of the morning's attendees prize draw for 100 ringgit travel promo code are: firstly, Wong Yip Hong. Congratulations! We've got Jin Sun Chia, Sai Chong Ye, Jackson Chia, Sin Kai Ong, and the winner of the Mi 360 home security camera is Irene Point. And the winner of Skull Candy wireless earbuds are Lee Sherman and Muhammad Zufino bin Muhammad Zulkafli. Congratulations! Our event crew will be contacting you separately after the event for the arrangement. Now, let's take a look at what we have lined up for you in this afternoon session. We will kick things off with the campaign measurability keynote by Kantar Malaysia, followed by a presentation by our tech tutor sponsor Ada, who will be sharing with us about converting data from demand and marketing strategies to drive revenue. Keep your ears out for that one. Finally, we will wrap up with a panel discussion on how data brings value to customer experience, moderated by a knowledge partner from Kantar Malaysia. And joining the panel discussion is our esteemed guests from Elderman Malaysia, Sea Gamer Mall, and our Tech Trooper sponsor Teats. What do you think? If you are excited, shout a yay in the chat box or comment section if you're excited with the program, as we all are here. And to learn more again about the conference agenda and the speaker profiles, you can scan the QR code on the top right of your screen or go to bit.ly/MarComTech2022. If you have any questions for any of our speakers, please post it in the chat box or in the comment section. And if you need any assistance from us, please do not hesitate to chat with our event crew, or you can also email us at events@thestar.com.my. All right, so let's kick off the conference program with the campaign measurability keynote. At this presentation, Maslina Mokhtar will be sharing with us how to develop and adopt technology that is future-proof when it comes to insights delivery and leverage the benefits of AI to help predict growth opportunities for your businesses. Maslina is the client partner of brand guidance and customer experience for Kantar, and for 20 plus years, Maslina has worked and lived across Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, specializing in various different sectors, mainly telecommunication, financial services, as well as consumer goods, building expertise in brand strategy and consumer experience. And Maslina currently leads a team of brand building and customer experience experts in Malaysia, delivering impactful business growth. We are definitely grateful to have Maslina Mokhtar to share her knowledge with us. We will go get her and then we'll be right back.
Louder. Is it better? Okay. Alrighty. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Myra, for the introduction. And today, we're very excited. We're going to be talking about how we can supercharge growth with AI-enabled insights. And I'm going to share with you what we mean by that. Today, it's all about how data journeys towards insights and how data has changed over the course of the last 3 decades or so, right? The 3 areas that we're going to be talking about is going to be the need for insights, which is going to be important because we need to know why we're doing this, right? Secondly, it's about the challenges. What are the kind of challenges for businesses to be able to get to the right information so that they can make the right decision for their businesses? Now, following that, we also want to know, with the aid of AI, how does that journey looks like and what does the ideal data to insights journey will mean for us in order for us to be much more future focused and able to understand the different trends as well as predict potential challenges for our businesses in the future. Okay. So let's get to the first ideas. When what we need to do is actually around the need for insights. We talk about the need. Why do we think this is important? Firstly, it's because compared to where we were 30 years ago, there are much more information in terms of what company collects, what our partners also provide to us, and how our customer engage with us. Because of that, there are gazillion data points that we are working with. And due to the core business that we normally do, data cannot be the only thing that we look into in order to run the business. Therefore, time, money, investment around data might not be the first thing that businesses look into when it comes to decision making. We're used to having decision making information provided to us by our teams from different data sources. Now, we are trusting them with their brain insights to give us the right information. However, with the current technology as well as the fast transformation of data and information, that means we might not be able to cope with the volume of information we have. So having the right information brought to your team is going to be critical. Why? Because you need to know what are the right innovation to invest in, what are the kind of like products your customer wants, solution that fit for their internal need, as well as what are the kind of tools your team will need in order to be able to sell better, bring more profitability to the business, ideally grow in terms of the overall company in itself, right? Now, one thing that we know, the need for insight also means if we do not have the right tool in place, we would miss some opportunities. Why? Because sometimes with the overload of information, we might have some missed opportunities just because some of the information might not get analyzed in time. And this makes it very difficult for us to make the right decision, strategize correctly, plan for the future, and also if we need to like source for new information, we might not get there in time. So I've repeated time a few times right now, just because time is one of the things that most companies do not have when it comes to understanding what data they have. So knowing this, why are businesses still lacking the ability to kind of mine this information, cultivate this information so that they can access it in the right way? And here is why. There are going to be challenges when it comes to getting the right information as well as data for the business, just because we do not operate in isolation. There are quite a lot of moving parts in our businesses. There are also moving parts when it comes to our partners, our customers. So there are multiple sources of data across our businesses. And on top of that, they all tend to come in different formats, right? And they also come in different frequency. So what do I mean by that? Basically, some information you have could be done in a monthly manner. So they could come to you monthly in terms of the reporting cycle. There are some information that probably come to you every quarter or annually. Now, some actually come in percentages, value, as well as volume. Not to mention, some reports gives you percentages versus indexes. So all that different format frequencies means as someone who needs to make a quick decision and not make the wrong decision, how do we reconcile all of that information? And how do we have one currency that work across our businesses and our stakeholders internally as well as externally? Okay. Now, current technology gives us the ability to be able to help with this need, right? But not everyone has the right platform or tool that will be fit for purpose. What do we mean by that? So it comes to the decision. If you already decided that, yes, you're going to consolidate all your information, house it under one platform, and then make sure that everyone has a data visualization that can be used across the business, you think your job is done, right? Everything is fitted into one platform. Now, the problem being, if you do not choose the right platform or tool, the information that we have might come back to us with some vague solution, some inconsistent information that we know based on our experience already in the business, and we know for some reason that data doesn't make sense, just because sometimes tools also need someone to be able to interpret the insights for you, and there is some human element that we cannot forget, right? So all this means you need to make sure that the solution you choose when it comes to the platform, dashboard and all that is something that is going to be fit for purpose and actually give you the information, not just data build and structure, but also all the way to insights or solution that you can take to your customers or your stakeholders, right? Finally, the other area that seems to be quite important for us to remember when it comes to challenges is actually around the data lag. Most of our information that we get in-house from all the different sources and our partners are historical data, right? So it is going to show us what has happened and where we stood then, right? And because of the time lag, sometimes it means this is something that has happened over half a year ago, a quarter ago, which means it might not be that useful for us in order to make a decision with things that's happening now, right? That delay in terms of like the number of months, days, seconds For some businesses, it's going to mean that potentially you could lose revenue. And that's the biggest concern that we have, because lack data, it tells you where you are, doesn't necessarily tell you where you need to be. And we need something that will be able to give us something for us to work towards and plan for the business. Okay. Now, knowing all this, we sound like we're having quite a lot of challenges when it comes to data transformation, making sure that we know how to use this information and what we need to be able to gather all the team in-house in order to be able to utilize where we need to be. And unfortunately, this is not something that is going to change for us. This is the way of the future. We know that from where COVID was, data, platform, digital, online are something that you're going to be using for the next decade or so, just because this is the new norm that we are facing. And also, we realize that it helps us make the decision in half the time that we used to make. So that's the difference between what data used to be for us versus where it is now and what it can do for us, right? Even the most basic information when it comes to your consumer, right? Whether it comes to age, whether it comes to income and all that, is something that you'll be able to utilize to customize some solution that your own client and your own team would appreciate. So the information and the customization of the information, not only is it useful for your business solutioning, it is also useful for your internal stakeholder engagement with your employee. Knowing how your employee preference as well as life cycle is also helps you engage with them better, makes it for a much more effective work environment comparatively. So it's not just about us making sure that we know what are the right product to sell, or actually the kind of decision you need to make in terms of investment, but it's also making sure that we have a happy employee in order for us to grow together. Okay. Now, let's look at what does the ideal data means, right? When you talk about data to insight with the help of artificial intelligence, what can that look like for us, right? AI in research and insights especially means that we can meet the business needs much faster than traditional research. And this is where, for us in Kantar, it's going to be important, because we used to be doing research that could take up to 6 weeks from start to finish to help the client make the right decision, and also to make sure that they are able to get the business solution done for their own team. However, because nowadays 6 weeks is a long time for us to gather information, no one really wants to venture into the traditional businesses anymore. In fact, for us right now, most of our research since 2019 is pretty much done with the consumer through the online panels that we have, as opposed to the traditional research that we used to have, which is recruitment door-to-door, face-to-face interview, or phone calls. I don't think a lot of us now receive any more telemarketing calls that much. A lot of it are now done on social media, or it's done through your WhatsApp. So the same thing with research. We're utilizing all this technology. Why? Because at the back of it, there is algorithm that helps us make and reach out to our customer better. And for the research element, we are actually able to get the information faster, right? Now, we talk about how the challenges in terms of integrating this tool and platform into our business. And one thing that I mentioned earlier is making sure that you have the right partner, right? And these are the insight partner that can help you put together the information, because it's not enough to have just the right platform, right? You can have the right data engineering platform, house it, visualize it, convert all the different data point into the right seamless currency for you to be able to share across the business. But there is someone that's going to need to help you put together the insight that can help you connect the dot faster, right? You have multiple players in terms of your business, your competitive landscape. Therefore, you do need the outside in view in order for you to be able to help make the right decision at the right time, right? Again, time is something that a lot of us do not have these days when it comes to making certain business decisions. Even pivoting now used to take 3 to 4 months, let's say, when it comes to like changing product innovation. If your packaging doesn't work, you can go back in 6 months or so. But right now, no one has that luxury, right? Because you know the minute you lag behind, your competitor is going to be in that particular spot already. And because of like some of the businesses is heavily depending on what is out there in terms of content and media online, that means you are facing with changes that's happening every minute, right? So our human brain is very powerful, but it doesn't have the capacity to process it the way like an AI technology can help you. The machine learning technology can help you put together all this information much faster than all the brains in your business. Okay, so understanding and utilizing the right platform definitely helps you understand how your business can get the insight from end to end in a much faster manner, right? You will also need something that is much more flexible, right? Because not every businesses are the same. So you need a partner who's going to be able to customize it to your need, okay? Not everyone also wants to see everything there is to see in terms of the data. Because again, data can be overwhelming, it can be manipulated, and it also can be taken out of context. When that happens, sometimes your decision is not the right one. This is why, again, with your right partner, you can actually get to the right insights better, make the decision faster, and get you something that will be giving you a lead indicator, which means it is not just based on previous information. Nowadays, with AI and machine learning, it means they can future forecast certain trend. Okay, they can future forecast certain path that your product, your sales, your consumer trend is going to go. That means you can plan ahead in terms of what should happen in 6 months, what should happen in terms of 12 months. Because why? We have the technology now, we have the superior AI that can do all of that. Okay. Now, when we've talked about how all this can happen for us, and then we also want to share with you today in terms of what does it mean. And here I have one of the most common questions as well as the most popular question these days, okay? Because now everyone is on multi-screen, right? And every medium that we use, whether or not it is tablets, mobile phone, laptops, desktop, smart TV, they are all screen that all our potential consumers can be reached on, right? And for a lot of our clients, advertising is one of those things that has been really challenged in the age of technology, right? Now, you do not need to just have TVC, you have video online as well. And all this video and its content changes so fast because of the kind of individual and independent content creators that's popping up like mushroom out there, right? And because of that, every medium has a slightly different component and way of the information being presented to them. How do we know when we are creating any advertising for our business, it is using the right content within the right channel and within the right medium? We're not saying that we're going to let go of the traditional media. TV, radio plays a very important part in our overall media landscape. But the online video channels have sub-channels and sub-mediums that we need to understand what works and what doesn't work. Something that works on TikTok is not going to necessarily work on YouTube, right? In hindsight, we actually know all that. But for us to understand and also convince our internal stakeholders, sometimes it's not so easy, right? They say, okay, you've already done one ad, just use it across all these channels, right? That's kind of typically what your internal stakeholder will tell you. But actually, that ROI will differ. If you cut and paste the same thing across all mediums, just because they all are capable of online videos, you might not get to the right decision and you might not get the right ROI, for example, right? So the investment and the ROI will depend on how you choose the information and what are the kind of like channels you use to get the content through. And they all provide different reason for why someone is actually watching and streaming from Facebook versus someone who actually look at it from like Netflix, for example, right? And you are able to now target the consumer much more like accurately compared to before. If you look at around how media buy used to be, people kind of just say, okay, demographic wise, this is the age group we're looking for, these are the location that we want. But actually, these days, you can be a lot more targeted, all the way down to, let's say, what exactly do this person like? Just because they are like below 35 doesn't mean they all want the same thing, right? Some of them have different interests. Are they actually into gaming, for example? So how do we get to them? Are they actually just using the social media to actually get in touch with their friends, and they don't actually look and source for other information? All of that means we are going to be able to get to them much better if we know what are the right channels and information that we are using the right content with. Okay. Now at Kantar, one thing that we had realized is we also needed to move faster, and we also needed to make sure that we can deliver the information to our clients in order for them to make the right decision. When they are advertising and they are creating an ad with their creative and media partner, what we tend to help on is this. We still have like solution which has the human element to it, because at the end of the day, some information, especially if the investment is huge, you do need that human element to understand the context behind it, put together the insight, and also understand how that applies to the business as well as to the consumer, right? But so we have solution now that looks at from something that used to be 6 weeks to something that you can get within 1 week, because why? We need more depth in it. So we are going to get into all the different diagnostic when you look at your creative output. So something that, if you can see on your screen, says Link there. So Link is one of our creative evaluation tool that we can do on a platform and can give you a result for within a week, with some human element touch. And it's something that will be able to give you the insight with the context of how Malaysian consumer, for example, work, right? It also have different variation depending on what your business need, right? Some businesses might not need the depth. So we have different solution that give you Link Express, for example, or Link Now. So it differs from 1 week to giving you the information in 48 hours, for example, as well as something that can give you within 6 hours, with still some of the human element from the insight partners like Kantar can give to the business. However, in some cases, especially if you're focusing on just the digital channel for your creative, you might have a lot of ideas from your team, right? Let's say you have over 30 content that you need to narrow down in terms of your decision, which one of it that you're going to end up using, right? You're not going to have time to test 30 ads and 30 creative content using this tool, even though it's going to take, like, say, 6 hours or 48 hours. Because why? It's like going to be still time consuming, right? 30 ads, you need a quick way to narrow it down. You might not need to know in depth how it works or what kind of impact it has on brand. So what do we have? We actually have like a machine learning AI that will help us make that decision for you without the human element involved necessarily, because we've collected all this information over time already. We have the benchmark for Malaysia, for the region, for your category. So what we do, we let the machine ingest all this information, right? And then they will come up with the ranking of all these different content and creative information you've shared with us, and tell you which one to go with, right? Based on that, you can actually just use our AI benchmark to make a decision whether or not like it is going to cut through the clutter. Is it going to reach the right audience? And is the messaging on average like comprehensible enough, right? So these are the kind of AI technology that everyone is looking into in terms of making sure that the decision making is cut down in terms of the time. Because why? As we mentioned ahead earlier, time is a luxury that everyone do not really have in abundance, and we can use that extra time to make sure that we make the decision, engage our client, engage our employee. So much better use of our time internally as well. This kind of decision fits into your larger strategy. Therefore, you can focus on your next step rather than collecting data to get to the next step, right? So the core of your strategy should be about that next step rather than how do I get there, right? Okay, so we've seen how AI, machine learning technology, and the right platform can actually help you make and narrow that decision in order for you to be able to save in terms of cost, in terms of time, because trust me, like doing the old traditional research of having to choose which creative work better is time consuming. It's not very cost effective these days. So all of that is something that we've seen and proven already in the last few years. So with technology, with artificial intelligence, we now will be able to help you plan, but on top of that, save you a lot of time in terms of your planning. It also helps you in terms of your cost that you can put into other things to make sure that your activation works better. There's like other analytics that you can look into, and also mine the information that you already have about your customers, right? You also have the ability to pivot faster. If you launch an ad and then if it doesn't work, and we are able to tell you, you need to pull it back because it doesn't work on this channel, it works much better on like YouTube rather than TikTok, for example, then definitely it will save us time. You will be able to get the ROI much better in terms of another channel. So you will be able to pull back, reinvest, and also save time, money, and also means you will tell your stakeholder we are going to be much more profitable going forward. And I think no one wants to like lose out on the opportunity to be like more profitable, right? Okay, so if your business decide this is the way forward, you know it's going to be like much more powerful if it can be powered by AI, and it will definitely help you provide some future focus insight. So whatever you choose in terms of the platform, in terms of the AI and the partners for your future business decision, make sure that it is something that is fit for purpose for your business, and it is also something that is future focused. All right. So with that, I'm gonna leave you with these last thoughts around like, are we then ready for where AI will be part and parcel of our day to day? All right. Thank you very much, and have a good day, everyone.
All right. Thank you so much. That was an amazing session. Thank you so much, Maslina. All right, let's continue to our next session. And up next, we have Dr. Wong Chin Chin from ADA with us. She holds a PhD in Business Statistics and Econometrics with extensive experience in market research and advisories while spanning across FMCG, telecommunications, electronics, IT, retail, BFSI, tourism, transportation, media, the public sector, and more. She has successfully filled 4 patents, published several journals, conference papers, as well as book chapters. Dr. Wong delivers strategic, commercially oriented business direction to clients and is experienced in mixed market research methodologies. Dr. Wong is currently the regional head of consumer products, business insights, and analytics at ADA. And we are absolutely very honored to have ADA as our tech tutor sponsor of the MarCom Tech Conference. And if you have any questions for Dr. Wong, please do not hesitate to post it in the chat box or in the comment section. You know the drill, and we'll be addressing it with Dr. Wong at the end of the presentation. All right, so Dr. Wong will be joining us shortly, so stay tuned.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Chin Chin from ADA. I'm going to talk to you about converting data from demand and marketing strategies to drive revenue. I'm going to walk you through a use case that I've been using. Okay. Just a brief introduction again. I've about close to 20 years experience in market research. A brief introduction of ADA. We're operating in 10 markets, HQ in Malaysia. To date, we have about over 1,000 employees, data scientists, digital media gurus, industry experts, consultants, and technology specialists. All right, we work across different verticals. be it banking, insurance, financial institutions, telecommunications, consumer goods, retail, FMCG, automotive, hospitality, tourism, and whatnot. Okay, now within ADA, there are 5 key pillars. Tomorrow, my colleague YC will be sharing on marketing technology. Today, we'll focus on business insights and analytics. Now, within ADA, we use insights to drive our digital marketing efforts. All right, so just a very brief introduction on how do we capture our data. Now, imagine your smartphone. You have installed free apps. Now, whenever you install free apps, you will say allow access to location at all times or only when you're using the app or not at all. Now, if you choose at all times or when you're using the app, what happened on the back end, on the ad exchange server, is that the bidding for the ad to be shown to you. At the same time, what is actually being collected from you is your timestamp, your GPS location, so where you are at a specific time, your app or your app categories, your mobile operator, your device brand and model, and your IFA, or your identifier for advertiser. In other words, the unique mobile advertising ID. It stays with the device until you reformat your phone. Okay, now with this information, we know where you are, at what time, what kind of phone, what kind of app you have, all right? And this gives us our AI model to infer a few things. For example, your demographics, your gender, your age group, your affluence level, your home location. Now, if you're seen in a certain location several times a week in the evening, we assume that's your home location. If you're seen 9 to 6 in a certain location, we assume that's your work location. Now, we overlay your home location with home property prices. We then determine that you're staying in an affluent area or less affluent area. Your device model, when we overlay with device prices, we know you're holding an expensive device or not so expensive device. Now, all this gives us a picture of who the person is, the interest, the demographic profile, where the person is, all right, when the person is seen in certain places or location, okay? But don't worry, these are all privacy law compliant, all right? There's no personal identifier information, all right? No PII, because I don't know your actual gender, your actual age, your mobile number. All I have is your IFA and all the other inferred thing because of the apps that you're using or location you're seeing, okay? Now, what's our coverage over here? Across the 10 markets, we have 382 million devices, close to 1 million apps, free apps, all right, that we have access to. And the places of interest, we geofence the places of interest. It's still growing as I speak, all right? Now, this gives us a few things. Your home, your work location, where you're seen, the Gardens, Mid-Valley Mall, or where else, your gender, age group, affluence, what kind of behavior. If you have shopping apps and you're also seen in shopping mall, perhaps I can group you under shopaholic. All right, now, this information helps us to make a decision on who your visitors are. All right, so how our client use insights-driven creatives to drive sales and win awards. This is one of our solutions called Consumer Profiler. All right, based on what I've explained just now on how we collect our data, we know the footfall levels, we know the demographics, we know the persona because of the apps and also the offline locations you're seeing, cross visits patterns, device informations, distance from home or work location. All right, how many profiles do we have in Malaysia? 24 million devices. Okay. So a snapshot, this is an example that I'm going to walk you through for petrol stations. We geofence every single petrol stations in Malaysia, okay, close to 4,000 of them. We do polygonal geofencing, which means the exact shape of the petrol stations, not radial geofencing. So this allows a more accurate capturing of IFA seen within petrol stations. Okay, we label them as different brands, be it Petronas, Shell, Caltex, PHP, and whatnot. Okay, then we have several things that our client would like to look at. The market share, the footfall share of each of the different petrol stations. Are they the new customers, never before seen in this petrol brand, but now being seen in this petrol brand? Are they now increasingly more loyal? They don't switch around. The station performance down to each outlet. Okay, the movement of the petrol goers and whatnot. Okay, the peak hours as well, which are the 3 hours interval that we see higher footfall. We also know who are the petrol goers, the gender, age group, affluence level, device and carrier information if that's of importance, okay? And even their behavior. For example, other point of interest they are seen, all right? What kind of partner stores are actually located in each of the petrol stations? Did someone go to these petrol stations and stay longer because there's a fast food chain restaurants over there, or because of certain convenience mart or whatnot? Even the online behavior, what kind of apps or app categories the person's using, all right? Persona is defined on either just the online apps or the offline behavior or combination of those traits. I'll bring you through in the case study soon, all right? We segment the users or the visitors into a few segments. One being the client loyalists. These are IFA or people or smartphones are actually seen in certain brand of petrol stations at least 70% of the time. Okay, this is customized based on this scenario. We also see competitors loyalists, those that are seen at least 70% of the time with one petrol brand. We also see client switchers, okay, and competitor switchers. They switch between brands. All right. How understanding this target audience, knowing that, okay, are they loyalists, are they switchers, and who are just staying loyal with competitors, all right? Then we see, we drive outcome for modern marketers, understanding who the customers are. For example, competitors, loyalists, are they skewed a certain age group, gender, persona, or what other point of interest, or is it because it's just convenience? You know, a lot of things we can look at because we know who they are, you know, when they go to certain places, where else are they seen? Okay, targeted acquisition. If I know that there's certain visitors who have been switching around brands, what kind of segment, what kind of persona are they? And we can then craft the creatives accordingly. Okay, we can even share the IFA with our clients as well for targeted acquisition, or to find lookalike people who are the kind of persona, you know, then we can actually acquire them for our clients. Okay. Now we can also customize those personas. For example, for petrol station brand, there's a few things that they want to know. Are they busy bee? Okay, people who are seen in multiple locations in a day, they are called busy bee. All right. Or travelers, people who are seen on certain locations or travel a certain distance, or they're seen on North-South Highway or not, those are travelers. We have also premium users. Those are seen in affluent areas because we know their home location. Therefore, we infer their home location. Therefore, we know that the home property prices, are they staying in an affluent area? Or people who are seen in automotive, you know, showroom, workshop, service centers, or even shoppers. You know, these are the more of the offline focused persona that we crafted for our client. There's also some that are more online focused. For example, social butterflies, people who have social apps on their phone. Wealth manager, you know, people who have wealth management or investment app in their phone. Phone freaks, more of the tech geeks, and gamers as well. So having these different personas help our client to craft different marketing services, marketing campaigns, messages, all right, to these people, even location specific as well. Okay. Now, how does this drive the outcome with what we have been showing just now? All right. Now, before we know what to target, we have to know how are we performing. Now, with the footfall that we track by petrol station brands, we will then see, okay, are there certain months that we're performing a bit worse? Are there certain months we're performing much better? And if we're performing not so good, who are the ones who are stealing our footfall share? Okay, we don't know how much they spend at petrol stations, but because we track the footfall, we know that, you know, that it's because it was stolen by or switching to a different petrol brand. Then when we have a higher footfall share, all right, who are those people? When do they come? Which stations are actually performing better in terms of footfall? Okay, knowing who those people are they the new switchers? Are they the new loyalists? Are they new customers, or what happened? Will help us also to craft targeted messages to intended audience. Okay, now knowing how we perform, right? Then see offline traits. I know there's a busy table over there, but what I'm just trying to convey here is that we also link each of the petrol stations with the partner stores that's in there. For example, petrol station A is actually partner with a QSR or one of the fast food chain A, and then petrol station B with another kind of a fast food chain or convenience store or whatnot you have there. Which ones of it actually have higher footfall? We do see quite a key difference. You know, before pandemic and now in the new norm, there's also some petrol station that picked up, you know, a lot of footfall, you know, because of, and we do see it's actually tied to a specific QSR brand. Okay, fairly interesting. That's what we see there. So what does it mean to you, knowing where people are going, even for your stores and competitor stores? Maybe you want to work with a new partner. Maybe you want to change certain partners that you have in certain petrol stations, right? That could help as well. Now, knowing the offline traits, how about the online traits, all right? With all the IFA, we know what kind of app categories that the visitors are using. Is there a specific SKU? Now, if you have games in your phone, we assume you like games, right? Pretty straightforward. You have social apps, you have beauty apps, and then we just group you under. Apps usually reflect how a person is. You know, your interest is reflected in what kind of apps that you install. Now, we compare clients' apps market share, okay, app share versus the competition, okay. We do see that in one of the competitors, they have a SKU or leading number of actually finance app. For our client, it's actually shopping app and religious app as well. Now, knowing the interest help us to craft. Are these group of people the ones that we managed to attract, or we did not manage to attract? Should we then target these people based on the interest that they have? All right. Now, combining online and offline, we can also see their persona. All right. Over here, we try to compare across different petrol brands. Are they a shopaholic? Are they busy bee, for example, seen in multiple locations? Comparing to each of the persona, what kind of each of the petrol brands, which one has a leading a number compared or leading share compared to all the other persona. Again, this helps us to craft the messages for the targeted audience. Okay. Now, the conclusion of the persona, combining the online and offline trait, is very specific. We do see that client, as I mentioned just now, actually skew towards shoppers and busy bee. Competitor D, for example, skew towards travelers because they're seen on North or South Highway, or they're seen to it, you know, they manage to attract people who are actually traveling longer distance. Now, bear in mind, this is for petrol brand. You can apply this or assume this can be used also for different scenario, shopping malls or tourist attraction or whatnot. Okay. Competitor C is more of the phone freaks or the tech geeks. Competitor D span across several gamers, social butterfly, working professionals. Competitor A are actually skewed towards, say, automotive. So people who are actually seen in car workshop, car showroom, or whatnot. Okay. Now we do know that these are very personas skewed towards different brands. Therefore, if you want to acquire some switches, what kind of messages that we need to target for these visitors or the new acquisition? Okay. So with this, knowing the offline trade, the online trade, studying all the insights on when they visit, where else are they seen. So we group them under the target audience, which is called brand switches, the competitors' customers, and the client's loyalists. Of course, you have to reward and appreciate your own loyalists as well. All right. So the three types: the people who are sitting on the fence, we call them brand switches. The competitors' customers, clients' loyalists. We also group them into persona because we see what kind of skill they are based on the online and the offline trade. For example, for brand switches, auto segments and car owners kind of a persona, we craft 12 personalized or personified messaging for one of the campaigns. For competitors' customers, frequent travelers, all right, we have 12 banners, we have 12 personalized videos and whatnot, based on that kind of a persona that we're trying to attract. Clients' loyalists, for example, we appreciate those with family with kids, working professionals, and shoppers. Another type of creatives, 12 banners and with 3 sizes each, with a different format. All this crafted based on what we find from our footfall analysis. Okay, so this is to sum it up. The campaigns that we have, the different main personas, the different audience for each of the persona. Okay, multiple headlines, different formats, body copy, for multiple formats to give you the kind of targeted approach to your customer acquisition. Okay. Next slide. Sorry, a bit of a technical issue here. On to the next slide that we have. Okay. What outcome did we achieve out of all this? All right. The overall uplift, okay, I'll be going through the uplift of what outcome, all right. Overall uplift in key business metrics includes over 200% increase in the key performance, their KPI, and over 70% increase to the click to website and video views, 1.45% increase in CTR, over 50% new customer acquisition. And this is something that is very impressive for our clients as well. And out of those, okay, imagine you have new customers being acquired, but are they also staying loyal to you, or they just try you and then they just disappear? 76.7% of new customer survivability rate. Okay, so the new customers acquired actually stay loyal with our client. Okay, just to give you another view, once we have the campaign up and coming, then you see the footfall actually increase in the recent months. Now, these are new customers being acquired. Now, again, just to showcase not just that we have the creatives, but we can measure the outcome. Did we manage to attract the right people? Where and when? Okay, we can pinpoint down to which station is actually performing better or performing worse as well. We also track social listening. So how are people talking about different campaigns? Are they staying neutral? Are they staying positive? And whatnot. Okay. I'll just sum up very quickly on the key highlights of what I've mentioned earlier. Okay. On what we do is to mobilize to geofence all the petrol stations, which is the one-off effort to geofence 4,000, almost 4,000 petrol stations in Malaysia. Okay, once they have polygonal geofencing, we extract the IFA, we profile them, right? And then the campaign execution, as I mentioned just now, is actually based on the insights that we have. Then we monitor the campaign and measure it. And this is how AI has helped the creatives to go ahead to actually acquire more than 5% conversion rate even during lockdown and still growing. Okay, so that sums up my sharing today. Please scan the QR code to receive a complimentary consultation call. I do have myself and my colleagues ready to help you with it. Thank you.
Right. Hi, everyone. And thank you so much, Dr. Wong, for that particular sharing session. That was amazing. And we do have a few more questions here. But again, if anybody else in the audience members, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Just put it in the comment section below, and then we'll try and address it as fast as possible. I personally have a question for you, Dr. Wong. But before we do that, I think let's move on to the first question. And this is from Lisa. With the recent privacy rule changes for Apple iOS, how does it impact your data? Actually, this was the question that I was going to ask. So thank you, Lisa. All right, Dr. Wong, what is the response for that?
Yeah, thank you, Mara. That's a very good question, actually. Now, we can still see data that is before Apple 12, but unfortunately, yeah, with the iOS privacy law change, after that we don't have access to those data. But Android is still pretty much the majority share, and with that we still have enough sample. As I mentioned just now, for Malaysia, it's still 24 million of sample sizes, so it's still robust enough for us to craft out the insights and for marketing campaigns.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that answer. And we also, I think, have a few more other questions. Another one we have from Abdul. Okay, so this is your data answers who, when, where, but do you also look into why, and how do you do so?
Yep, thanks Abdul for the question. Another good question there. So I've mentioned just now, over and over again, the who, the when, and the where. How about the why? And because we have the IFA captured at certain locations, we can actually send IFA targeted survey. Whenever you're using an app, probably a video show up, or in certain cases, it can be a survey link. Click here, and then you get rewards, for example. And in that case, we can ask you some short questions where we can then collect the data to understand why certain people are appearing in certain places or having or showing certain behavior. So that answers the why for you.
Oh, that's wonderful. I remember with your profile, actually, Dr. Wong, that you are an expert at mixed mode of studies. So I guess this is where we see the qualitative with the quantitative mixed together. Oh, that's wonderful. It's a pretty all-encompassing product. Okay, so we have another question from Ramesh. And the question is, how would these data impact business outcomes directly? I guess this is a bit more on revenue.
Well, if you're looking at, let's say, what I've shown earlier on the marketing campaigns, the customer data acquisition, if you have targeted, if you know what kind of insights you have that drive the kind of creatives, thereby you have the measurable outcome. So how does data impact the business outcome? I would say more measurable in a way, because we do track the footfall, whether there are more people of certain target segment actually appearing at your outlets, for example.
Yeah, gone were the days, I guess, that you would have hand out surveys, right? Now you can have that information directly. The moment you get into the polygon of the petrol station, for example, you know you're there and you know that you are a customer.
Yep.
Wow, that is definitely a step forward. Okay, so we have yet another question from Gary. Oh, that's my favorite character from SpongeBob. Just a side joke there. All right, so the question, thank you so much, Gary. So the question is ADA data only applies to Malaysia and neighboring countries?
At the moment, it's at the countries where Axiata is present, so 10 markets, okay, in Asia region.
I see. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, that's a very wide network of clients and data collection. All right, cool. So do we have any more questions from the audiences? I think we do have a few more. We have one more. All right, that's wonderful. Okay. So last but not least, here we go. So from Lee Sherman, how does Ada tap into customers' phone without them acknowledging permission? So for businesses, we will need to integrate geofencing in our app. And what certain extent of data could you possibly collect? Email and phone number. So yeah, Dr. Wong, I think perhaps
Okay.
you could have a bit more of insight on the data collection process.
Yeah, definitely. I'll break that part into a few questions over here. How do we tap into customers' phone without them acknowledging? What is actually happening is you allow access to location at all times or during using app. Okay, that's when you provide that permission. How that is being used is because you already consented to the location or GPS coordinates being collected, right? So there's already all opt-in based, okay, consent based. So that's first thing. Second thing, how do businesses integrate geofencing in our app? You don't need to do so. Nothing from your end. We geofence all the locations. Okay, so we already geofence close to 1 million point of interest in Malaysia. We're presence in 10 markets. Okay, but in Malaysia alone, we geofence just now for the example of petrol stations. Close to 4,000 petrol stations. We have to geofence that. We don't need clients' input on that. because we geofence that. Whenever an IFA is captured within the geofence area, that's where we map it to our exact database. Okay. Now the third question here: to what certain extent of data could we possibly collect? A few attributes there. Actually, what we're collecting is what app or app categories you're assessing when you see the free apps. Okay, your GPS coordinates if you allow access to location, your timestamp, okay, your mobile operator, your device model. These are actually being sent to the ad exchange service. All right. So none of this is consisting of PII. To what extent? Only to this. We don't know your actual age, your actual gender. Just give a simple example. If you have period tracker app in your phone, I assume you're a woman, right? If you have a child or learning app in your phone, I assume you have a young child, right? So these are some of the simple example. Of course, we have our AI model to verify up to 80% accuracy, I would say, on your gender, your age group, your affluence level. Now, those are the things. So home location, your work location, okay? Those are some of the attributes that we can track. We cannot see email. We cannot see phone number. We don't know your actual gender, your actual age group. So it is all PII compliant. All right. Thanks for that.
All right, thank you so much for I think easing quite a lot of the anxieties. I think when it comes to data, I think Lee Sherman, if you're interested in this also, you can also look up the PDPA or the GDPA for more information on data laws and also compliancy. So if you wanted some extra reading, aside from the wonderful products that we have from Ada. Okay, so we have another question here from Zoe. Thank you so much, Zoe, for sending in your questions. All right, if I want to monitor foot traffic in our store in a mall, can Ada help with that, Dr. Wong?
Okay, a good question. Now, when I mentioned GPS coordinates, we can't see which floor you're in. Petrol stations is a good example because, it's always standalone, right? A hospital is usually standalone, for example. A golf course is standalone. But when it comes to store within a mall, we need to have a different solution for that. Now, we work with our partner, okay, to determine the Wi-Fi triangulation within the mall. We can see exact traffic into your store in the mall, but that requires us to work with our partner for the Wi-Fi triangulation, and that requires an SDK to be installed in your app. Okay, so that's a different solution altogether. What we can see from our existing data now is already a bird's eye view, but within a mall and just a store alone, we would have to work with our partner. It can be done, but it requires a different initiative.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Wong, for the clarification. I think that would help quite a lot of local businesses or physical businesses to also plan out what they potentially might want to do. So I think thank you so much everyone for the questions in our audience. Thank you so much for asking us all those questions. Wonderful. If you do have any more questions, unfortunately we have we are running out of time and we do have to bring the event forward. But if you do have any other questions, do not worry. We'll send them over to Dr. Wong and perhaps we could have some of the answers later after the event. Cool, Dr. Wong?
Yeah, sure.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, wonderful. All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Wong, for that. And to those of you back in the audience, we're about to continue on with the rest of the events. So say bye-bye to Dr. Wong and also bye-bye to me. And then I'll see you soon in a bit. All right. See you. Test. Thank you so much, Dr. Wong.
So yeah, just a reminder to keep the camera on from now until the end. And then if you have any like notification like WhatsApp or Google Meet or that Microsoft Teams, you can mute those notifications because it will pop up in the live stream as well. So later on again, once Masina is done with the panel, when she passes it up back to the MC, just wait for MC to let you know that you're offline.
Mic check. 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Hello? Hello?
Can hear you.
Was okay?
All right. Thank you once again to Dr. Wong Chin Chin. And now we know that while customers are bombarded with information and recommendation, not many businesses are able to fully utilize their internal customer data for effective marketing efforts. So, hear from our experts at the panel discussion up next on how you're going to do that. All right. So, to wrap up today's session, let us discuss some of the challenges in utilizing that customer data and how companies can benefit from the information to help enhance their customer experience in the future. This panel discussion on how data brings value to customers' experience will be moderated by Maslina Mokhtar. In case you missed the introduction earlier, Maslina is the client partner of brand guidance and customer experience for Kantar Malaysia. Our first guest of this panel is Sailesh Wadhwa, who is the Chief Strategist at Edelman Malaysia. Credited with bringing home Asia's first ever global Effie, Sailesh has spent the last 17 years across multiple geographic locations, such as Kuala Lumpur, Colombo, Mumbai, New Delhi, working across brand consulting and communication marketing businesses. His strategic work for clients has helped win over 125 Specialist Marketing and Creative Effectiveness Awards at various regional stages in recent years. Our second guest is the Senior Marketing Manager of C Gamer Mall, a global online game e-commerce with 10.2 million total active users. Raymond Fu leads the marketing outreach and engagement initiatives, focusing on growing the business via a highly efficient bottom funnel strategy. Winning the Best in Brand at SOBA 2021, Raymond has further strengthened C Gamer Mall's presence in the consumer's mind. Our third guest of this panel is dialing in live from Singapore. Satish Sanmugavelu leads the C sales team across Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines. He partners closely with marketers and agency partners across these markets for the last 10 years, strategically growing these partnerships. He showcases how Teeds leads the way to innovating new media solutions in the field of data and analytics. His key objective this year is to ensure he helps brands future-proof their plans to effectively work in the cookieless area. We are also very honored to have Teeds on board as our Tech Trooper sponsor. This is definitely a great panel discussion that you don't want to miss. I don't want to miss it either. So if you have any questions for the panel, you know the drill. Post it in the chat box or in the comment section, and we will get right with you. All right, so let us quickly check up on our panelists and make sure they're gearing up, and we'll be right back with you. Bye.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yep.
Yep.
Mic check. Hello?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yep, can hear you. Can you hear us?
Can hear you.
Thank you, Myra. That was a wonderful introduction to our panelists today. I think we're very excited to be here. There's going to be some really heated discussion, hopefully. So please, as Myra said, if you have any question while we're discussing and also posting our topics today, box, and then we'll pick up as we are discussing. And also, if there's any other added information, of course, you can reach out to your panelists of the day today, and then we can pick it up after the conference itself. So, welcome everyone. Thank you, Raymond. Raymond's here with me in the studio, so it's nice to have it. And in the middle, we have Silas as well as Satish.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, guys. Nice to
Hi,
see
good
you.
afternoon, everyone.
Welcome. So we had a chance to get to know each other a bit before the session, and we are all very, very excited, definitely. So a bit in terms of how we're going to start the session, we're going to be having some questions that we had actually brainstormed earlier, and we want to see how that actually apply to some of the businesses that's happening in Malaysia as well as in Southeast Asia, right? For that, what we're going to do is we're going to start with the team that is actually who online. So that will be Salesh first, followed by Satish, in terms of like some of the questions, and then Raymond will close up the discussion. But the first one that we are going to cover today is actually around like in terms of like the information, the customer data that you have currently, right? How are your business utilizing it and also making sure that you are getting to the right information all the time? Let me get Silas to like pipe in now.
Thanks for that question. I think icebreakers are always a tough one, but let me try. I think there's no denial that most business decisions are today informed by data and analytics, irrespective of what communication stream we are in. And at Edelman, I can speak from a perspective of how we use data in multiple ways. I'm sure most of us would have heard of Edelman's Trust Barometer. It's a study that we've been doing year after year globally as well as in Malaysia. And that is a first level data that comes to us in terms of the overall citizen sentiment and how that impacts reputation and trust aspects for businesses, for government institutions, and even media platforms. And I think increasingly we've seen year after year, clients have shown active interest in leveraging that data in multiple ways. And I'll probably look at few examples here. Being in the reputation business, we use that data on platforms where you're doing executive leadership aspects. LinkedIn marketing is becoming big, and reputations of the companies where industry captains are taking the lead. Being informed with data helps take the right content decisions. At the same time, more importantly for brands and companies, we all live in this age of social, and we're just a minute away from the next potential crisis, and we've seen multiple ones that happen. I think a preemptive and a proactive approach, leveraging data to take informed decisions, and active social monitoring and scraping helps clients, brands, and businesses pivot at important junctures. And we've seen, coming out of pandemic, there has been a heightened interest and discussions around this. And then there are many other ways, when it comes to consumer marketing, how people are taking decisions around that as well. But top of the mind, I thought these are the ones that are pertinent to this discussion that we are having from a business, how data connects to shaping business outcomes and decision making.
Have you seen like a lot more decision making using this tool with your client as well as within your business in the last few years?
In fact, like I said, coming out of pandemic, we've seen a lot of these discussions happening. They are happening at different levels within the boardroom, during marketing meetings and other things. And in fact, it's encouraging to see that clients are actively investing in building data sets and harvesting them. And we've seen that being deployed both in the body of work that we do as well as the overall industry itself. So last 2 years, there is a lot of awareness to action around data itself from a decision making perspective.
And what about you, Satish? Do you see similar trends in the line of work that you do?
Yeah, 100%. So good afternoon again to the panelists and whoever's now watching it online as well. So when you talk about data effectiveness or utilization from a team's perspective, like we are an ed tech company, so I mean we are naturally experienced in processing and analyzing data. But what we would like to also separate, like right from the start, is data that we use for like our advertiser campaigns, our programmatic campaigns, for example, that is typically not accessed by a lot of individual teams, except when they look at post-campaign data and so on. And also information and data that we use in-house as a company to build our business strategies and to help our employees themselves. So there's two different buckets when you look at these type of data streams and how we utilize them and use them. So in the first case, like we do have a tech team based in Montpellier, France, that kind of monitors and analyzes immense volume of data from publishers all over the world, because that's the business that we are in, working with our publisher partners and connecting them with our advertisers as well. So this is like big data, and basically this is what that empowers Teats, like AI-based kind of solutions that we offer to some of our advertising partners. For example, advertisers would only end up paying when a video completes to an end with the user, only after the click is registered, or only after a visit is recorded. So that's all the data that happens on advertiser level, on the campaign level, in a sense. On the other hand, the second part is the data that we use in-house. So we do have a lot of resources or platforms that we have internally as well that empower ourselves and our employees. So Stylish talked about, like during the pandemic, there's a lot of disruption as well to how we were running our business. So right at the start, we were on lockdown. We could not go to the office or have easier sharing of information with our colleagues, subordinates, our managers, so on and so forth. We were trying to jump on as many video calls as we could, or sharing Google Docs here and there to get the information across. So that was like an information store that was happening. So one example that we had, like at that point in time, we had introduced something called a knowledge base. It's like an information sharing platform or a tool internally, which kind of reduced the friction and kind of made it easier for all of us to access relevant information quicker, faster, in a more efficient manner. Beyond that, we also had a new onboarding process. I think different companies also had troubles with onboarding as well. We actually started this pre-pandemic, but it was kind of half-half. But during the lockdown, it's mandatory 100% adoption, what's happening online. So that's where we had a lot of information sharing, different data points within the company, so newcomers could have a holistic understanding of where the business was. We had little training videos, we had quizzes and tests that we had as well. So our new employees could like earn badges from the different departments of the businesses and put it within their profile. In addition, like we also have like multitude of data monitoring tools that helps us internally as well. So different dashboard that we look at business growth, solutions adoption, like insights of the infantry partners that we have. Of course, our client advertising campaigns as well, different business trends. So like for a company, even though we're quite small in stature, but we are growing rapidly. So it is crucial for us to how we manage and utilize data that we have internally for us to use. The idea is, even though having the data, that's not the difficult part. Like the more stress comes in how you study the data and you make it actionable, or to make it accessible easily, but everyone within the business as well. And also externally too, like we also have like platforms like Teats Manager that helps our clients to use these data easily, and also for their campaign needs or whatever they need to achieve.
I see. Thank you very much, Satish. I think interesting, there were 2 points that you brought up around like the fact that internally you're using it for the onboarding and all that. I think we'll circle back to that in a minute. What we want to hear also is from Raymond in terms of your organization. How does that look like?
For CGamer more, actually, I will come from the angle more on implementation. Yeah, because this is what I've been doing all this while. So for us, because our business is an online e-commerce, so so data for us is very important. Yeah, that's come in the first place. So we have a two angle for data, so internal or external data. So for internal data, like we study the our stock, our product information, and then our customer purchase behavior, and also our sales performance. And then for external wise, like we are going to like the party tools like Google Analytics. We see the traffic, so how the user traffic, what's their when they are coming in, when they're going out, from what countries, and also we go for like Google queries. So we check on the what is the most interesting topic that people are talking about on internet. So that we can like leverage on those information and then how we could apply in our marketing calendar. Yeah, and also because we also very heavy rely on the advertising. So like for instance the Google advertisement. So I think I could very proud of this part. Yeah, because we've been like um, because we've been like going through all this information data from various of platforms. Then we do some analysis, we try to understand it. So for my marketing department, so we are very focusing on this bottom funnel strategy. So how we harvest the user, how we convert them into sales. That's our my strength, I would say. Okay, yeah. So throughout the information we have, so we able to advertise the right keywords. We are able to provide the right caption on the ad set, and then able to capture the what you call that is the from the angle of the user query intention. Yeah. So because usually gamers they want to purchase some of the game credits, so they will do the research. They will start to inquiry on internet. So that's where we come in to capture that. Yeah. So because throughout all these various of information data and also our internal analysis, so we're able to could very proud of our ROAS, return on ad spend, is 1 = 60 last year. Yeah.
I see. And how do you actually like see that sales performance in line with all your internal data information? How do you make sure that it gives you exactly what you need, aside from the your partners with the Google Analytics and all that?
Yeah, it's very interesting. This is also just recently I come to this part. We my boss called this what you call that, our marketing realization rate. Yeah. So how we realize all our marketing effort into the real dollar and cents. So after some study, in fact, I try to streamline a bit so that we the whole department or whole company able to easier to understand to follow. So I streamline to user traffic equal to our sales performance. Yeah.
Thank you, Raymond. I think that was a really interesting application of how that's going to be used. Satish earlier mentioned that because of the pandemic, we had to do some onboarding online, right? Do you also experience something similar during the pandemic?
Yeah, in fact, that's the new reality. It's not just pandemic. I think the after effects of pandemic, where we keep hearing about the terms like hybrid work environments, and it's going to be an increasingly interesting one. And I'll not name a client, but we've actually did an employee uh, engagement for almost a month with them for their global operations across 4 different continents to launch a new internal culture itself, which mandated voluntary engagement with people. And imagine doing it over a month using just mobile phones. And I think that got everybody encouraged to say that yes, it can be done. It doesn't necessarily need to be the boring town halls and stuff, but employees logging in at their own will, at their own time, participating in group activities and doing things, and how real time analysis of that data helps us create newer content that is more uh, call for action for them. And I think these kind of things you would see increasingly being used across. In fact, at Edelman itself, we've been doing this under our Live Well initiative, which is a global platform for all of us on workplace. And primarily the intention is that how do you rally people around various aspects. So not just for pure play consumer marketing programs, but even employee engagement and experience is something that is becoming a big ask across organizations to stay connected, well-oiled, and data plays a big role. But again, our view on data has been that it's an enabler; it's not the end all. And a lot of times, data intimidates a lot of people, and there's a lot of inaction around it. I think if we were to just simplify and look at behavior, whether it's consumer or employee, I think we can come out with something really interesting.
Yeah, I think that's very true. It can be quite intimidating, I must say, and especially with the pivot that everyone had to do in the last 2 years, everything going digital and all that. That has posed some really critical question to some businesses if they are actually ready for the next stage of this digital transformation, right? So actually, that would come to our next question that we will be discussing today. There are going to be a lot of challenges. I know for a fact that in Kantar, we felt like even with this onboarding process, client engagement, and all that, it does help us all become a lot more productive, right? Because of course, some common elements like commute alone, right? I mean, if you're in KL, obviously, we all don't miss that traffic jam that we've seen in the last few months. But challenges is there, right? I think, Satish, like, what about like the challenges for businesses when it comes to actually adopting this platform, digital and e-commerce into their system, making sure that they are utilizing all the internal information they have? How do you see the clients of yours handling it? Is it difficult? Is it for some of them something that is naturally occurring because it's forced upon them? How does it look from your side of the business?
Yeah, for sure. Like the pandemic and the lockdown, like really pushed forward the trajectory that was in for like these kind of platforms and adoption. So it was like a little silver lining that was in place for companies that were onboarding new platforms and new data integrations that they wanted to try. But we don't want it to like just stop there. It needs to help them to move their business needle or their business growth to the next level. So whenever it comes to like new implementation of platforms or new technology, there's meant to be inertia. Like naturally, there would be a little bit of hesitance or a bit of fear because that's natural human behavior anyway, because you're just used to a routine of how you've been doing these things. So the bigger question is like, if you have a new platform, a new solution, is to study like how it would actually fit into an existing style or existing platform that your employees or even your clients or your partners are already using. So it does not like disrupt a flow, but also with education and evangelization, it helps in improving their work experience rather than being a particular blocker. So like one example is like we were talking about cookieless future and third-party data depreciation and so on in the past 6 months. So we have kind of invested quite some time in the tech team in Malaysia. So we kind of launched some new multiple cookieless solutions or targeting solutions, and also introduced a first-to-market cookieless translator to help certain advertisers. And it sits within our Teats Ad Manager. So again, when we have this kind of approach, the main or new ideas or new platforms, the main goal is to have like operational system set up and a smooth rolling between collaboration internally and externally as well. Because a lot of the times the product team or the ops team, it's kind of behind the scenes doing all the tech stuff, and you will have your salespeople or your business people who are kind of the face of the company who are going to push this product externally. So if there's no like close collaboration or unison between the teams, then you will find friction between the company growth plans anyway. So the main goal here is to get like everybody involved into a certain project with a particular like linear path when everybody is going towards with a combined like goal and idea. And that's where we can see the adoption of new tools or new platforms being a lot more prevalent rather than test one, try it for a week, and then forget about it. So it's more of the sustainability of these platforms that we see that's keen in the industry.
Thank you for that. I think definitely true that in terms of some of this adoption, it's something that is work in progress for all of us, right? So everyone's getting used to it. But for you, Raymond, in your business, I mean, it's something that you started out with. How did the last 2 years change in terms of your business, and has it actually made it easier in a sense? Or is there some challenges that we don't know about yet because we are like probably a few steps behind you guys?
Yeah, definitely there's some challenges, especially this 2 year. Like just now, one of the panelists mentioned about the cookies because Google is going to what I call that cut off all these third party cookies next year. So it could be like affect us a lot. But something is already happened. Like recently the Apple iOS. So because due to the data privacy, Facebook ads is no longer able to it's not say no longer, but they have restrictions to access the user from iOS. Yeah, this like heavily affected our advertising. Yeah, because we have lesser channel to reach out to the audience. So this could impact our sales performance. And then secondly is something that we can't even predict it, which is the geopolitical issue, like the Russia and Ukraine, the war, because we never predict of this. So like it affected like our payment facility affected. Yeah, we been suspended already. And then also Google ads. So and also Facebook ads, they are not allowed to advertise in Russia country. So we like kind of lost one of the revenue resources from this region. Yeah, it's quite challenging, honestly.
I see. Interesting. Because a lot of people don't think that something like that is happening in Ukraine is going to impact us here in Malaysia, right? But listening to you, it is something that is actually nearer than we thought. Salaj, what do you think? We see the challenges. We're going cookieless. Now, where would that sit with the businesses in Malaysia, you think, in the next few years?
Yeah, I think there's been a chatter around, as Satish mentioned. It's been there for more than a year now, where there have been the over dependency on this thing, and I think people. I would rather focus on how people are looking at getting around this more so from a perspective of voluntary disclosure of data, and how content as a stream is picking up across, and we've seen the realization across industries where whether you are a banking financial institution, a telco, or even for that matter, a utilities company like a fuel company, everybody is largely investing in content as a strategy, where you would, if you value something and you want to follow that, and it's very similar to how we normally talk in marketing about influencer, right? I like what he or she does. Similarly, companies are investing, consultancies are investing in huge amount of data, where that data is being harvested through aspect of consumers willing to subscribe to a white paper or a video stream or a podcast, and that it's sharply defined, it's already cleaned up. And I think those are the kind of strategies that you would see more and more being deployed, which we are talking with our set of clients on how this can be implemented, and some of them have seen encouraging responses when it comes to this kind of approach itself. When it comes to e-commerce, of course, there are other interesting perspectives that we have seen where you would then lean in on what we call influencer-led commerce aspect, the social commerce. Again, to us, we see influencers as storytellers and content, and I think you would deploy and harness them in different ways to reach out to the audience and the target audiences. Because let's accept it, one of the joke that goes around is that you cannot outsmart the algorithm, and there's no point in trying to debate around that, because if these guys will the platforms will bring something today, you outsmart it, tomorrow they'll bring something else. So we'll need to find other ways, and primarily that's what we've been doing at Edelman, working closely with our clients on that.
Thank you, Salish. I think for Raymond and team, I'm sure they're going to find a way around those cookie and all the ban and exception, right? So we look forward to that. Knowing how powerful these tools are, and of course, we all seated with a lot of information about our clients, our partners, and all that, and not everyone's utilizing it as we know it, right? I mean, what would be like if you have to tell your clients, example, Satish, the kind of benefits that they can gain if they were to get on board faster, for example. I mean, they're getting on board, but sometimes, it take a while to convince them, right? So how would you say the key benefits are going to actually bring them the right revenue and profitability in the future?
Well, it depends what the business objectives are and how they are planning against audience and data that they want to reach and achieve at the end of the day. Again, like Raymond was talking about, removal of mobile IDs, different type of identifiers. So as the industry is getting more vogue, or user privacy is being talked about a lot and more, content is key, like what Sally was saying. Content is really going to be really important. That's where you can make sure your audience is consuming the type of content that you're pushing them towards, and that's where you can have the brand association, your product placements, all in place. Beyond that, publishers themselves or teach themselves, we can also be some sort of data providers of sorts as well. A lot of publishers hold a lot of data from their readership. Some of them do monetize this data as well. So we don't, teach, in our perspective, we don't monetize that data or collect as much user data as possible. But we do have a unique understanding of how user behavior is online when they're reading content. Similar to how Google knows what people are searching, and Facebook, Meta know what people like and share. So we don't know what people read online. So another one of the tools that we have is a media barometer. Basically, what this helps us with is we can see different reading behavior of different audiences in Malaysia over time, by gender or by age or by interest or intent, or how they are moving between publishers, what location that they are, what device that they're using. So all these different data signals will help us overcome the depreciation of third-party cookies or identifiers in the future. We'll talk about AI soon as well. So here the main goal is when we kind of have less dependency on these identifiers that are sooner going to be depreciated from the industry entirely. What are the other avenues that we can touch and read upon? So again, with ourselves, with our typical post-campaign data that we have, we share back with advertisers, and advertisers can see basically what type of content that your particular audience that are reading. So that's what we want to showcase beyond pure metrics of the campaign. We want to give an inner perspective of who their audiences are, what type of content that they're reading, what type of publishers they're on, which type of the day, what device, what mobile, what OS that they're using. So just looking at a whole perspective and a whole scope of your audience, and give a lot more data back to the advertiser for them to plan a strategy for their campaign needs or for their product sales projections.
Definitely, Satish. I think that's an interesting one. Like you said, we'll cover that a bit in terms of our next discussion topic. But before we go there, I think, Raymond, for us, you're probably a much more avid user of the recommender engine, right? Because it's part and parcel of your sales journey. So tell us a bit about that benefit you guys are gaining from that aspect. Because for us, a lot of the time, we are also a partner to the client who's actually trying to adopt the, different end-to-end journey when it comes to purchase and also customer experience. So you are actually using it for your sales, for your customer experience. How does that look like in terms of benefit for you?
Of course, actually, our business cannot live without that. I would say, okay. First of all, I think Google has dominant the most search in the market right now. I think 90%. So we heavily rely on it. Um, because of Google provide the so-called the convenience to us. So like for instance, because our business is like is a global business. So if it's not working in Russia, then we move to other country. We can okay. So in order to go into the new market, right? We really need all this data to provide us the insight. Like we need to study okay, what is the top direct games in this country and how much user they have in this country, and then what is their spending pattern looks like. So in order for us to craft our marketing campaign, so in order we need to come into more content, or we should do awareness via some display advertisement, or we should like go into like provide some discount because they're very price sensitive. So it's really help us to really craft a very accurate campaign. So one of the case study which has happened like 2020, 2020, when is the pandemic just right started. Okay, of course I wouldn't go into the pandemic that year because there's a lot of uncertainty. Okay, yeah, we we still adapting. Okay. Okay, 2020, because throughout all this study with all this data, and we all put in together, and the result is very good. That year we like able to get a 2-digit growth. Yeah, but somehow the real implementation behind actually is we have did a lot of trial and error. Yeah, we do a lot of so-called people very popular right now. They call A/B test, but actually we more than A/B. We're A, B, C, D, E, F maybe. Yeah, we had to did a lot of testing, and then I wouldn't say a single source of data or single source of platform will provide me the entire holistic solution, but it does require like just now I mentioned earlier. So the internet data and external data that we rely on. So in come together, we do a lot of testing. So this happened. Yeah.
Salish, what do you think of that? Because you mentioned earlier, like we cannot beat that AI at the end of the day, right? It's like something, an algorithm, much more brain power than we have as human collectively in one place. I mean, it's not that we are not as
Yeah.
intelligent, but yeah.
No, I think there's no denying that there are going to be ways around it. I think the fundamental principle that we follow and look at is that a platform mimics the behavior of its audiences. So irrespective of whether you take a TikTok or a Facebook or whatever, I think understanding audience profile better helps and why they are there. You know, whether it's an e-commerce platform or whether it's a content engine. I think that is critical, and a lot of time, we're trying to outsmart the end result without actually spending time on audience intelligence, and that's where real content creation and engagement happens. And I think often our discussions revolve around that in terms of are we doing the right targeting? When you talk about A/B testing or ABCDEF, I think it's always a trial and error. It's a learning approach. It's what a machine learning is akin to. As against when you have human intelligence and then combine it with an AI, I think you get better impact. And often we want to relegate it to the platform or the algorithm. I think that's where we are trying to create that awareness. I think a lot of seasoned marketeers understand and appreciate that, and a considerable amount of time is spent. I'll say that when we look at even online consumer forums and behavior, whether it's through active social listening or audience profiling through various, say, online consumer surveys with XYZ platforms. I think Kantar does it, and others also do that. I think that is where the good starting point for us to build that engagement is. And of course, then it gets further enhanced, as Raymond mentioned and Satish mentioned, embellished with the technical superiority of how we are going to deliver home an action or a message. And I think that's where a lot of work should happen, as against at the last mile itself.
Thank you, Sarish. I think in my earlier session as well, we said like at the end of the day, an AI partner alone is not sufficient because at the end of the day, it's a tool, right? So you do need partners to be able to like interpret that, right? Even for you, like as much as the tool is really critical, you do need like someone to like put together the information,
Yeah,
right?
that is just piece of information. So it depends on the brain behind how we analyze it, how to use our experience to do all this study.
Thank you. I think that has been quite interesting. But what we actually are keen to know today, right? And I'm gonna like open the floor to any one of you to answer first. Not that there's any prize, but where do you think for the businesses, especially in Malaysia and Southeast Asia, right? When we look at the businesses here, with the growing interest in terms of AI and machine learning, and a lot of those decisions that has to be made by the businesses in half the time that we have, like where does this AI play a part in terms of the businesses around us? And how soon do you think they need to get on board?
I think it's a big crystal ball gazing question that you have posed here. My simple perspective, again, looking at how pandemic has accelerated, as Satish was mentioning, the whole adoption across businesses. I think AI would play a role, and again, it's out there for discussion. But from where we sit and see, I think it's not a decision-making tool or an enabler. I think it's an efficiency model. So if you look at today AI deployment across various digital journeys in different organizations, whether it's a marketing function or a production function, I think AI plays a role in building efficiency. And I'll go back to a very interesting definition that stands out on AI or perspective from one of our big clients, which is Microsoft. AI is helping you free up time to harness your human ingenuity as against it becoming the sole driver. So coming back to your question, I think where we see, at least in the marketing function of things, AI would play a role in taking the guesswork out of the whole aspect. But at the same time, it needs to be, like we spoke in the last section, it needs to be working in tandem with how we make decisions. That's probably the perspective that I have at this point in time. Happy to hear more.
What about you, Satish?
Yeah, for us, like the AI debate, when we look at like audience segmentation, is actually to see how AI or machine learning augmented data like helps with personalized advertising or personalized messaging without any identifiers. So I mean, we talked about mobile IDs, we talked about cookies and so on, but how is like AI or machine learning going to help us to close that gap, and where the gaps has already kind of reduced and where there's more space for AI to continue growing and replace IDs or the dependency on IDs entirely. So there are already different tech players in the market that can use different predictive patterns without depending on identifiers to look at certain audiences and how they might fit into age, gender, or interest category groups far better than cookie-based segments or particular identifiers that they are in place. So we also believe in that as well. Like that's our trajectory in terms of our data plan. We are going in so far as planning that, without using any IDs, like we can make real-time predictions and not even collecting that particular user data. And this ensures that our plan or solutions could be sustainable. Because we are talking about these IDs and cookies. Like in another 2 years, in another 5 years, there could be no more IDs or no more third-party segments for that clients have or advertisers have been dependent on for the past 10, 15 years, for example, and kind of horn that audiences all the way. But it doesn't mean that we don't look at certain data segments. Like, we do look at data points. For example, we talked about cookieless. We still look at the IP address. We still look at the location, the device, and so on and so forth. But those are signals that are used real time in that particular ad call or auction level. We don't collect or keep that data like for the future targeting in that sense. As you know, I think probably less than 20% of iOS users in Malaysia now are allowing IDFAs or cross-app tracking that's already in place. So sooner and sooner, like, we'll start losing a lot more of these stickiness or fingerprinting that's happening of our audiences. Like Raymond was talking about iOS and Apple. So like, it's a perfect example. Like, Apple is really positioned themselves as like a privacy champion, and people really follow that train of thought. And we know that users don't mind ad-supported content. Like, if they find the value exchange to access quality content, they are fine with ads being there. Like video or audio streaming platforms, they have an ad-supported tier. I mean, publishers like the Star Group and so on, there's content, news, entertainment without like a payment gateway and such. So people know that, and people are fine with how content, free content, works with advertising. But where we feel people feel a bit shortchanged, or where a bit of unhappiness or negative sentiment comes into play, when there is unconsented collection of certain data, which they are not allowed in the first place, or worst case scenario, like those collected personal data is being sold for different advertisers. So we feel like for AI or machine learning, when you're looking at top funnel, mid funnel kind of campaigns, awareness or consideration engagement, I think AI or predictive algorithms have already closed the gap. But currently in the industry, there's no doubt that these IDs that we are still using are really pivotal in like conversion campaigns. When you're looking at lower funnel campaigns, when looking at ROAS, these IDs are the ones that are driving the biggest efficiency. And that's where AI hasn't really caught up yet. I mean, that's where like content can come into play, like what Saya was saying, how we look at like different channels. And also we cannot forget like brands' first-party data. So that's something they've already collected over time. And that's not going to be depreciating anytime soon. So already having this first-party data that advertisers have, like how would they break it down? It could be device IDs, it could be email IDs, it could be phone numbers. And how do you kind of, create like an omni-channel approach to go back to the personalized messaging? So it goes back to the same question that we started off with, like when IDs disappear, but we still want specific content, personalized message, curated message to a particular person without IDs. Content is one, which we just discussed, and also using your first-party data that you will hold to craft it in a very strategic way would be ideal for brands to utilize that.
Yeah, I think that in terms of the data privacy that you brought up, Satish, and it does kind of impair the customization that we're able to do currently, right? In terms of the customer journey, closing the loop when it comes to certain push for solution, like for you, Raymond, right? So with this cookieless thing that's happening, and a lot more new prevention to make sure that data privacy, individualism is kept very, very secret. Going forward, how do we still make sure that the customer engagement is there, but
I think stylish disconnect.
welcome back, everybody. As high tech as we are, we still have some glitches, but it gives us a bit of a break as well. Yeah, so we were talking about data privacy from what Satish was saying, right? With the fact that we are going to cookieless and all that, with all the restriction, how would we manage the end-to-end customer retention, and how do we close the loop and customization issues, and making sure that our customer experience is not impacted?
I think the most important is like what kind of value that we can provide to our customer. If able to provide some valuable, I think offer to our customer, definitely they are willing to share their data with us. Yeah. For us, like we actually predict this happen. So it's getting like it's not rely on the party tools or this. Our company CGM actually we are building our own data pool. So in order we not just simply build like this and ask information from our customer. Yeah, definitely we have craft our product. We have a craft a new offer to our customer so that able in order they want to enjoy all this benefit, all this offering from us, then they need to join our community, I would say. Okay. So this is how we're going to handle this situation. Yeah. But the key point is what's the value that we can provide to our customer. That's more important. Yeah.
Right. I think that's a really interesting point of view, Raymond, considering like, we feel that by having the first party data, third party data, all the multiple sources of data will definitely help us retain customer better. But we do have other ways of doing it, like make sure that our services are up to mark as
True,
well, right?
true.
Yeah.
So we also somehow when it comes to data, we always have too many source of data. So as a marketer, every time we come to implementation or execution, we always like struggle. What are the platform provide me the more accurate one? Or why this Bitly told me the traffic is like this, and then when come to Google Analytics, it tell me this user traffic is like that. So why they are not telling? So so right now we are practicing is to streamline the data source so that we can have something that everyone can tally with, and then at the same time we also always review on the accuracy of the data, because even though like Google Analytics is kind of like very what I call that reliable, but then somehow how we set it up also is very important. Yeah, are we setting the right event for the Google Analytics to track? Yeah, that's something that always questionable.
Thank you, Raymond. And I think for the rest of us, in terms of data privacy and making sure there's anonymity in terms of the kind of work, and as much as we would like to like assist our clients with the right information and customized information, we are very, very strict around that. And I'm sure, Salesh, when it comes to data privacy, is there anything else you would like to share with the panel and the team?
I think, as Raymond said rightly, that it's a ever evolving situation. It brings back the aspect of inherent trust that an organization has, and I think the perfect example here would be pandemic has taught us. When it comes to contact tracing, when it comes to vaccination disclosure, I think that's a data that we are all willingly abiding to, right? And there are no complaints. So that real value, unlocking that is something critical. Have we all, as an industry, found a solution for that? I don't think so. Of course, there are different schools of thoughts. Platforms have a very different philosophy, and if any of you have followed the Netflix, The Social Dilemma, it shines a light on where the distrust comes from. And I think a lot of work today is going within organizations. Even as an organization like Edelman, amount of data-related training that we all go through in terms of privacy and stuff is critical. Whenever you are collaborating with an organization, they would really want to know how and to what level, because it's not just marketing data, right? It's they are opening a tap of wealth that an organization would painstakingly have amassed over a period of time. So XYZ, whatever the organization is, also wants to know how that data is being curated and then mined, and what are the ethical sides of things. And I think a lot of education that currently is happening is for us as communications and marketing people is on the ethical side of data. Uh, Unfortunately, right now, there is a lot of misconceptions around how the data comes by. We keep talking about the amount of databases that are leaked now and then, and as customers on the receiving end, you get those anonymous calls. So I think this is an ever evolving situation, but goes back to how an organization's policy on data is going to be, and how we're going to look at what Satish and Raymond mentioned in terms of evolving practices on unlocking that value, so that I am willingly wanting to share my data with you as against a third party source.
But I think our consumer here are actually quite open compared to some other markets. So I think we're probably in a luckier place than most comparatively. That
Perhaps.
actually, we actually have a couple of questions from the audience. I think we do have some time. If you don't mind making some time to actually answer it. I don't know if you're able to see what's on the screen right now. Let me read it out for you. Basically, the first question is, progressing to a cookieless future, what alternatives are available to better shape customer or personalized experience? This is from Jin Su Chia. Yeah. Satish, you might wanna.
And yeah, so on the cookieless bit, like we do have like different strategies. I mean, you'll probably hear in market. So Google is also having their own strategy where they call it Google Privacy Sandbox. That's work on cohorts and search browser history. TTD and publishers have a unified IDs. So there are different partners who have different solutions that's coming into market. So we still have up till mid next year when we expect like the full third party depreciation to happen. So it's one more year at the moment that a lot of test and learns can be done. So how Teats looks at it is in two ways. Like one, when we look at no more identifiers at all, the content is key. So we see what people are particularly reading at that point in time. So it almost becomes like real-time moments targeting using contextuals. And then the other side of the story is what other signals that's available to us. That's where we use our translator tool. That's where once we cannot see any third-party cookie information, we start sourcing out or mining any other non-cookie based signals that we can leverage upon, which is still like user compliant. Like again, we look at the context, we look at the location, we look at the device, we look at which publishers they've been moving across. So this is how we are looking at it in that perspective, in two separate ways. Like one, purely looking at the content and real time where the user is in that chain of mind when he's reading type of content. The other one is looking at all other signals that are non-cookie based anymore to see how we can map it. Again, it still goes back to our predictive indicators. It all happens with all the different data points that we have to look at probabilistic or deterministic data. So combining these two will be key. But again, it's going to be a test and learn process because, cookies have been around for like 15, 20 years. And if you're going 100% on the other extreme, you wouldn't be able to expect to achieve something that's now being tested as an A/B test, for example. So it's an ongoing process, and we and other partners are also in market educating and evangelizing new types of avenues that you don't lose audience base overnight, basically. So it's a 1-year process of learning and testing with the different partners that you have in market to ensure that you eventually reach a state where you won't be dependent, or a cookie-less future, as we call it, to continue with the activities that you're already doing now.
Thank you, Satish. And how worried do you think we should be around this?
I mean, it was supposed to happen last year. So every year there is a pushback with Google. So it is a worry with the industry as well, for all three, for like agency partners, advertisers, and DMPs or vendors like us as well. So when you see the market reactiveness or the preparedness is not there, that's where you see the pushbacks being happening. So hopefully, let's see when it's actually happening in mid next year, that will have a little bit more urgency from different parties of the industry to come together and see how we can have a more consolidated approach or more unified approach. But yeah, because of the moving timelines, there's no real urgency or a lack of urgency within the industry. But it all depends as what time goes. It is still very, very reactive at the moment, but we want to plan for the future and make sure our different partners have the opportunity to test and learn different like availabilities that we have in terms of the different tools and tech that we want to provide.
Thank you, Satish. I think we have one more question. We have enough time for one more question, right? So, the question is from Lilian Yong saying, how confident are you towards the accuracy of the AI audience segmentation? Look, I guess like for you, you're using it quite a lot. So
All right.
how much do you trust it?
For CGM, when it comes to this AI audience segmentation, we do apply one of these technique in our fraud controlling. For our business, like if we are selling all these digital product, actually quite high risk. Yeah. So we utilize this system is actually help us like reduce until like 0.4% fraud rate. So I think it's quite satisfied the number. But how confident in this case? We always have to double review it with like manually. Yeah. Yeah, so we need to cross check whether the actual result and versus the tools that provide the dashboard result. Yeah, so
Still a bit of that human touch is required, right? So I think we're quite relieved to hear that as well, right? So it's a hybrid. Everywhere we're going to be looking at, it's going to be a hybrid for all of us. I think. We are almost coming to the end of our like session. It's been an interesting day for us, and also very, very useful hour so far with all of you. Thank you so much. But before we close off, is there any other information that you want to share with the audience? Is there anything that might be left behind so they can have a bit of food for thought for today?
let me do it.
Go.
Yeah. This morning there's one of panelists have shared one of the idea which is just keep on lingering in my mind, which is welcome to data. Just we try to unlearn everything. Yeah, because data is just a piece of information at the end. Yeah, so how we analyze it, how we utilize it, how we implement this, I think is depends on the human.
Thank you, Raymond. I think that's really useful, right? I mean, unlearning is a good way to start preparing us for the future, right? All going to be future focused and fit for purpose. And with that, I thank everyone again. Thank you, Raymond. Thank you, Salish. Thank you, Satish.
Thank you all.
And we hope to see you in person soon in Malaysia, all of us together. And with that, I think thank you, audience, for listening to us. I'm going to pass this back to Myra.
Hi everyone, we hope you have enjoyed the power panel session as much as we did. Thank you so much to Maslina, Sailesh, Raymond and Satish for the engaging discussion from the practical to the dream. It was wonderful, it was insightful, it was all encompassing. It was most definitely a wonderful honor to have all of our panelists powering this event. All right, guys, it's a wrap for today, but tomorrow we have 2 more powerful sessions to go. So be sure you have registered for tomorrow's session. And as I've mentioned earlier, we are giving away amazing prizes at each of our 4 sessions of this conference. And all you need to do is number 1, scan the QR code here on the screen or go to bit.ly/marcom-survey2. And secondly, you have to let us know what you thought about this afternoon session. And number 3, tune in for the winner announcement from this session at the next section tomorrow morning. So, if you've enjoyed the session, we have another great program lined up for you tomorrow morning. As you could see on the screen, we will be kicking off tomorrow's morning with the integrated and omni-channel strategy keynote by the regional service line leader, market strategy and understanding of APAC from Ipsos. The keynote is then followed with another presentation by our tech tutor sponsor ADA or ADA and the regional head of consulting marketing technology. And there will be another power panel discussing the omni-channel marketing greatness. The panel is powered by a really stellar lineup of guest speakers from Abbott Nutrition Malaysia, Aeon Group Malaysia, our tech trooper sponsor Kony, and Trapper Group. This panel will be moderated by our knowledge partner Ipsos. Hope you're excited about the program lineup tomorrow morning. And if you want to learn more about the conference agenda as well as the speaker profiles, you may scan the QR code on the top right of your screen or go to bit.ly/MarComTech2022. You can start stalking all of them on our other sponsor, LinkedIn, if you want to. If you need any assistance from us, you can email us at events@thestar.com.my. Please also share this event with your colleagues and industry peers. All right, I am Myra Baiti and I'm signing out. But don't worry, this page will remain live in the next 10 minutes so that you can remember to complete the short survey and stand a chance to win one of the unique prizes. So thank you so much. Have a good rest of the day and I look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Bye.